the current mayor of Daly City, and I'd like to welcome all of you to our reorganization of the Daly City Council. If I can have everyone please stand for the pledge to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to
to the flag of
the
the United States of
America and to the
the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
nation under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
with
liberty
and
and justice for all.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Di Giovanni?
I saw her earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Pam, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Present?
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Here.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Here.
Mr. Sylvester?
Present. Thank you so much. Before we move on, I would like to acknowledge the elected officials on call with us this evening. I'll first start off with Congresswoman Jackie Spear. Hello, Congresswoman.
Hello, how are you?
Great, thank you. State Senator Scott Wiener. Okay, Assembly Member Phil Ting. I'm sure their time is very valuable, and I'd like to acknowledge them. And if they don't answer, I'm sure they'll probably be in within a few minutes or so. And Danica Halverson, our city treasurer of Daly City. Okay. We have other elected officials. Congratulations to the new council member of Millbrae, Anders Fung. Congratulations to the re-election of Manufo Liaga Anoai, Board of Trustee for the Jefferson Elementary School District Governing Board, and Mr. Rick Abelana, Board Trustee for the Bayshore Elementary School District. We have the following appointed officials: San Mateo County Poet Laureate, Ms. Eileen Casaneto; Daly City Commissioners, Planning Commissioner, Mr. Ray Satori; Arts and Culture Commission, Dr. Arlene Dasmagbual; Nancy Rodriguez, Elizabeth Espinda, and Dory Panisa. From our Recreation Commission in Daly City, we have Ms. Christina Luna, Louis Landos. From our Library Board of Trustees, Ms. Justine Santos. And from our Small Business Commission, Paloma Concordia. Let's see, did I miss any appointed officials or elected officials?
Mayor, we do have some registrants that just registered, and one of them is Kalima Salahuddin from the Jefferson Union High School District, and Gina Poppin from the Millbrae City Council.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, folks. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. So I would like to, at this time, to call to Madam City Clerk to read the certification of the official canvass of votes cast. Madam City Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mark Church, Chief Elections Officer of the County of San Mateo, State of California, hereby certifies that an election was held within the boundaries of the City of Daly City on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, for the purpose of submitting Measure Q to qualified electors. Measure Q passed with 72% of the vote. Furthermore, Chief Elections Officer Church certifies that an election was held within the boundaries of Daly City for the purpose of electing Annette Hipona for City Clerk, Danica Halverson for City Treasurer, and Jocelyn Manalo and Glenn Sylvester as council members for 4 years. The record of the votes cast is available for viewing in the office of the City Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. and congratulations to everyone. And what I would like to do at this time to turn it over to Councilmember Ray Buenaventura. Ray?
Thank you.
If I may,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we do need to have a vote on the adoption
Oh.
of the resolution for the certification.
Absolutely. So thank you, Madam City Attorney. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution as per the results presented by the city clerk.
So moved.
Okay, we have a first. Is there a second?
Second. Oh,
Good. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
aye.
Mr. Buenaventura, Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Thank you so much. And that motion has passed. Okay, moving on, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everybody. So I'm here to just sort of facilitate the administration of oath to the incoming elected officials. And so the first up is the administration of the oath to Councilmember-elect Jocelyn Manalo. And Ms. Manalo, would you state for the record who will be swearing you in tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. I'm greatly humbled that Congresswoman Jackie Spear will be providing my oath of office.
Great, sounds great. So ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Honorable Congresswoman Jackie Spear.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. Let me also extend my congratulations to Glenn Sylvester, who will be re-elected and sworn in this evening. And it's now my great honor to provide and administer the oath of office to Jocelyn Manalo. I hope you're going to have that young man on your lap as you take the oath of office. This is a civic engagement opportunity for all of us.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
All right, well, we welcome Ethan and we welcome his sister in a matter of weeks, I understand. So never let it be said that you can't be vice mayor and conduct a lot of business and procreate at the same time. So congratulations, Jocelyn. All right, it's my privilege to administer the oath of office and to thank all of you who have joined in this great American tradition. All right, would you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I,
Jocelyn Manalo,
name, do solemnly swear,
do solemnly swear
I think it says my internet connection, that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Jackie Spear.
All right, Ms. Manalo, you have the floor for your comments.
Thank you so much. I am so grateful to all the supporters, the voters that reelected me for another 4 years to serve the community, and really could have not done this without my family, my husband here, Elle, come in real quick, and also my family, my mom and dad, who have been wonderful in helping me with Ethan when I needed a campaign. But to all, also my colleagues on the council that, endorsed me to continue to work with them, Council Member Ventura, Council Member Rod Dalsmagwaal, and also Mayor Glenn Sylvester, Supervisor David Canepa, if you're in the audience, and super humbled Congresswoman Jackie Spear for your endorsement this election, along with Assemblymember Phil Ting, Senator Scott Wiener, but really also the community grassroots effort of this campaign, from childhood friends who grew up in Daly City to colleagues along the way in my work, and I think just really everyone who put their volunteerism, who donated their money, and really believed in our message and our ability to impact the city of Daly City and continue to work. And so I am with a huge grateful heart and honor to continue the work in this city. So thank you to everyone. I am, my heart is full and I'm ready to get to work. So thank you so much.
Whoops. Fantastic. What happened to that? Oh, nice. Oh, wow. So there's your certificate of election. And did I read something the other day that Justin Manalo got the highest vote totals for any city council race in the history of Daly City?
Councilmember Ventura, Mr. Mark Church did certify that is the date. Yes, so deeply humble to every single voter. We made her story this election.
Congratulations. Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Manalo. Okay, next up, we have the administration of oath of Councilmember-elect Glenn Sylvester. Mr. Sylvester, would you state for the record who will be swearing you in tonight? Mr. Sylvester, are you on? Where'd he go?
I think he may have dropped off. Oh, here he is. I'm admitting him again.
Mr. Sylvester, are you on? There he is, connecting to. All right, you need to unmute Mr. Sylvester. All right, there you go. So next up, you're up. So this is the administration of oath to Councilmember-elect Glenn Sylvester. And Mr. Sylvester, could you state for the record who will be swearing you in tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. It gives me great honor. We've gone through this before, and I try to share it amongst my family members. And I remember my youngest daughter was unable to appear at one of the meetings. So now this is her chance. So Ms. Crystalline Wells will be administering the oath. And I have one of my 6 grandkids here. Crystalline, where's your son?
Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay, another one of the grandkids.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wells, you can unmute yourself and take it away.
Hi, Papa.
Yeah, let's go say hi to Papa.
Hi, Papa. Hi, Papa.
Thank you. So raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Glenn Sylvester,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
And I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties about which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sylvester. You are now free to make your comments.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I have to echo the same sentiments as my colleague, Jocelyn Manalo. Wow, it's been a great 4 years thus far, and I'm sure you've heard the term late bloomer. I am a late bloomer, but serving for the constituents in the city of Daly City is a labor of love. I thank you all who have supported me along this ride to be here today. And I thank you all so much, my family, staff of Daly City, and everyone. You all know who you are. And again, thank you so much. And as my favorite saying goes, you are not alone. Thank you, and let's do this. Thank you so much, Mr. Buenaventura.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Mr. Sylvester. And here we have before you another certificate from Mark Church, our elections officer, congratulating you and certifying your role again as member of the City Council. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the administration of oath for our city clerk, Annette Hipona. Ms. Hipona, would you state for the record who is going to swear you in?
Thank you, Mr. Buenaventura. My son Christopher is here in my office and he is going to give me the oath. So he's off on this side here, not in front of the camera, but I'll repeat after him. May I start now?
Please do.
Thank you.
I state your name.
I, Annette Hipona,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. I'd like to say a few words. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of those who participated in this historic election. It is truly an honor to be able to continue to serve as your Daly City Clerk. I want to send a special thank you to my campaign team, my supporters, and my family. But I believe this is no time to focus on a personal victory in this election. The whole world is in crisis that demands that we turn our concern toward others. This is a time for compassion for all our community who are suffering from the effects of COVID-19. We pray for those who are ill and those who have lost loved ones to this terrible disease. We pray for those brave healthcare workers who are risking their own lives to others, and we pray for those who have lost jobs and businesses. We send our prayers and gratitude to essential workers who go to work every day to keep us safe and to provide all the services we need to survive. This holiday season is a time to reflect on what we can do to make this world a better place for all of us. Let us all celebrate a commitment to work towards a world that celebrates democracy and is more just for all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bruno Ventura.
Thank you, Ms. All right, now we turn to the administration of oath to our city treasurer-elect, Danica Halverson. Ms. Halverson, would you introduce your guest who will be swearing you in?
Yes, my father, Alton Halverson, will be swearing me in tonight.
Great, take it away.
Okay, raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Danica Halverson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Ms. Halverson. Way to go. You are now free to make your comments.
Good evening. My father doesn't normally like to speak in public, so it was extremely special to have him swear me in tonight. I'm very honored and grateful to be re-elected as your city treasurer. I've been fortunate to work for the city of Daly City for over 19 years, 17 of which was within the city treasurer's office, and to serve as your city treasurer for the past 6 years. My primary goal has always been to safeguard and maximize our city's investments. This has been evident in the continued growth of our investment portfolio year after year. I look forward to continue working with our city manager, Shauna Maltby, the executive management team, and our city council to better serve our community. I would like to thank my family, my parents, Anna and Alton, my sister, Natasha, my sons, Jalen and Raynon, and my partner, Brian, for their unwavering love and support. They continue to be my inspiration and motivation in everything I do. I would like to thank all my supporters during this campaign that have aided in my re-election. I'm humbled to have received endorsements from former City Treasurer Tony Zidich, Supervisor David Canepa, Mayor Glenn Sylvester, former City Council Member Mike Gongona, and the Daly City Police Officers Association. I would like to thank all our city's essential workers who have worked nonstop during this pandemic. We appreciate all you continue to do to ensure services go uninterrupted. From our police officers and firefighters who continue to keep our residents safe, to our Department of Water and Wastewater staff who have worked around the clock to deliver clean water to our homes and businesses, to our Recreation Department who have worked tirelessly to serve our seniors and help assist in administering thousands of meals to families in need in our community. And the list goes on, as these are just a few examples that are a testament to the dedication our city workers demonstrate on a daily basis. Lastly, a special thank you to you, the Daly City residents who voted for me as your city treasurer. Although I was unopposed in this election, I'm very humbled and grateful for your vote. 2020 has been a year none of us envisioned. It's been challenging mentally, physically, and financially for so many people in our city and across this nation. I applaud each of you for doing your part in response to the pandemic by continuing to wear your masks and practicing social distancing, and those who have supported local businesses like Original Joe's and Ceremony Mall, who have relied heavily on your support for their livelihood. As we close out this year, I wish all of you a joyous holiday season. Please continue to stay safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halverson. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to that part of the agenda where traditionally at the end of the year, the mayor gets to present some outgoing awards. So I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Sylvester to present his awards for 2020.
Thank you, Council Member Ray Buenaventura. You know, I just want to let you know, well, we'll probably save that for comments, but you always have such a calming voice. And, it's a pleasure to work with you and to be by your side. So thank you for that. This year, I'm going to start off with various awards throughout our community. And I'm going to provide a small bio, but I know that everybody's time is important. And as much as I would like to embellish more on every individual and organization, I'm going to keep it short because of the time restraint that we have. I'd like to first start off with the Youths of the Year. This year, I've chosen a Chelsea Valerio. She attends the Jefferson Elementary School District. She is known amongst her peers and teachers at Fernando Rivera Middle School for her leadership, stewardship, empathy, and passion. She is motivated, driven, and wholeheartedly a team player. What stood out to me about this young lady is she is especially known for her project in climate change. Congratulations, Chelsea Valero, Fernando Rivera Middle School. Is Chelsea with us this evening?
Yay.
Yeah. Chelsea, is she would like to say a few things?
Hi.
Chelsea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I just like to say thank you to all my family and some of my teachers who are in the Zoom too. I really couldn't have done anything without the support of all my friends and family. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chelsea, and congratulations once again. For the male Youth of the Year, I chose Sean Fiera. He is both a scholar and he's also an athlete, and he attends Benjamin Franklin Intermediate School. When he is not participating in extracurricular sports activities, he is composing beats in his music class. Sean is a model student and is known to lend a helping hand to others and other students in need. Congratulations, Sean. Sean, are you with us this evening?
Hi.
There you go. Okay, Sean, did you want to make a few comments? You have the floor.
I'd like to thank my mom.
Okay, looks like Sean, you have must have two devices going because you have a slight echo. Go ahead. You want to try again? Sean?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay. You know, as they say with Murphy's Law, technical issues. And when it comes up, it happens. Well, congratulations, Sean, and I wish you the best in the future. And keep it up. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. Got you. All right. Sean says thank you. Okay, moving on. As you will see as we move along, something during the pandemic really affected all of us. But these particular individuals and folks coming along has basically played a major important part of the pandemic, and this pertains to food insecurity. I consider this one of the utmost, very important for our constituents in Daly City. So with that being said, from the Jefferson Union High School, I'd like to congratulate Elena Gonzalez. She has played an active role in the community since she was a young child. She currently serves as a youth recreation leader. She volunteers in a variety of community events, including Jefferson's Food Pantry that serves well over 1,000 families. Elena's motivation and desire is to help others and to support her lifelong dream to become a pediatrician. Congratulations, Elena. Are you with us this evening?
Good evening. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And I want to send a big thank you to my Auntie Verena for nominating me. It's an honor. I want to thank the rest of the council also. I know you guys, there's so many other people that help everyone, and it's amazing that I can bring this back to my community, my school, to show that our work really does matter. And yeah, I'm just thank you so much. And I'm going to continue to keep helping whenever I can. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. Again, congratulations. You have such a beautiful smile. Keep up the great work you do for the community, and we hope to hear more from you later on in the future.
Thank you.
The next, also from Jefferson High School, is Calvin Louie. Calvin has helped. He loves helping his community since he was in elementary school. He participated in community events hosted by Jefferson High School, PAL, and community organizations like Pacific Islanders Together. When the pandemic hit, Calvin felt an even stronger need to give back to his community and volunteers at Jefferson's Food Pantry to help thousands of families in need. Congratulations, Calvin Louie. Calvin?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here tonight. And I wanted to give a big special thank you to my Auntie Reina who nominated me for this, and to all my friends and family that given me opportunities to help everybody in the community. And thank you everybody for helping the community. It really makes a difference in this time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much again, Calvin. Again, congratulations, and you too have a wonderful smile. Okay, moving on, honorable mentions for volunteerism. I'd like to acknowledge Miss Alida Munoz. She has lived in Daly City for over 20 years with her husband and 4 children. Alida started as a regular volunteer at Pat's Closet, and when that had to close due to COVID-19 shelter in place orders, she quickly shifted to offering her services by translating and enrolling households for the food programs and COVID testing. She has remained a daily force of good, strength, and hard work at the Community Services Center. Ms. Alida Munoz, ladies and gentlemen. Alida, are you with us this evening?
Hi, yes, she's here. I'm her daughter. She can't speak English, but she wants to thank everyone, and she loves her time spending in the community center. And yeah, she's very happy, and she wants to thank everyone for the recognition.
Thank you so much. Would you kindly please relay to your mom? It's very much appreciated, all that she does and that she continues to do for the community. You know, language should not and will not be a barrier in Daly City, and having her as a tremendous resource is very, very important. So again, thank her, thank you, and we hope that she continues to be a part of our community and keep doing what she's doing. Okay, also for honorable mentions for volunteerism, I have a Maria Oro Gubilao. She is a supervisor for the Daly City Partnership at the Community Service Center. She has been a tireless advocate for the community of Daly City for the past 4.5 years. Maria has the unique ability to get things done while maintaining a strong sense of compassion and empathy for our community. During these last 10 months, Maria has led the team at the partnership to provide food to over 40,000 individuals and rental assistance to over 600 families. She is a source of inspiration for the entire partnership team. Congratulations, Maria. Maria, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Maria. Okay, good.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to say that it's definitely an honor and a privilege to serve the Daly City community. And I think one of the communities that has the biggest need and the biggest community that really a community service center like ours can have a deep impact. And I wouldn't be here without my parents and the way they raised me. And I appreciate the recognition, but I do feel that this is really a recognition for the community service center as a whole, just powering through. And, you know, when everything else shut down, we were still open. Our doors were open. We were helping people and trying to figure out how to scale all of our services for this pandemic. So I really appreciate every member of our team and our administrative staff for just stepping up and serving the community in the face of fear and this global pandemic.
Thank you so much, Maria. It has definitely been and indeed a pleasure to provide an honorable mention for you. And thank you and for everything that you continue to do, especially for our community here in Daly City. Thank you so much. As I'm looking at the screen here, I do see Honorable Gina Pappin, who has logged on. Ms. Pappin won her reelection to the Millbrae City Council and is a strong supporter and very involved also, not only in Millbrae, but also in what happens in Daly City, especially when it comes to BART and transportation for our constituents. Welcome, Gina. The next categories for Volunteer of the Year. This year I chose a Ruth Poi Ali Ihi. She was born and raised in Southern California and has been a Daly City resident for the last 20 years. Her passions include being a wife and a mother. Nothing brings her more joy than to work a full day and return to her family life. Her faith has taught her kindness and generosity, and she displays these in her volunteerism. Her children have modeled after her and give back and help their community as much as possible. Congratulations, Ruth. And Ruth, are you with us? I believe you're on a commission for San Mateo. Ruth, you with us?
I'm here. Thank you,
Okay.
man. I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ruth.
I just wanted to say thank you. It's an honor to be able to serve in the community, especially with the group of people that I've had the pleasure of working with. Elena and Calvin, I know them. They're great leaders, and I can only imagine how their life is going to lead up to. So I just want to say thank you again, and hopefully we'll be able to get more volunteers out there. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and keep up the great work. The next is a new category that we've never done before. And we titled this the Philanthropic Organization of the Year. Am I coming through okay? Can you folks hear me? Okay, great. This year, I'm proud and honored to give the Philanthropic Organization of the Year to Felix Y. Manalo Foundation, Incorporated. This organization provides aid to humanity in a number of ways. For the city of Daly City, that meant bridging the digital divide within our community. Especially stricken by this pandemic was our youth and our most vulnerable, our seniors. In response, the Felix Y. Manalo Foundation donated 80 laptops to the city. It was more than fitting to recognize the Felix Y. Manalo Foundation Incorporated Aid to Humanity as 2020's Philanthropic Organization of the Year. I appreciate the foundation because not only did they donate to Daly City, but at an event, they also provided laptops to one of our schools here in Daly City, it's actually located in Pacifica, and also monetary funds. Congratulations to the Felix Y. Manalo Foundation Incorporated. Do we have a representative from the foundation? Is it Mr. Hernandez?
Hello, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Hi. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. My warm greetings to everyone. My name is Brother Steve Inocencio, minister of the Iglesia Ni Cristo Church of Christ. We would like to greet and congratulate our new mayor, Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, and City Council Mayor Glenn Sylvester. We greet you, sir. And all members of the City Council of Daly City, public elected officials, and all appointed officials. We would like to also take this time to recognize the presence of Brother G.P. Santos from our central office located at Quezon City, Philippines. He is here as the representative of our Executive Minister, Brother Eduardo Manalo. A special thank you as well to the President of the Felix Y. Manalo Foundation, Brother Glicerdio B. Santos Jr., for his continued guidance and leadership of the said foundation. And above all, our Executive Minister, Brother Eduardo V. Manalo, for his direction and guidance over the Iglesia Ni Cristo in its entirety. On behalf of the Iglesia Ni Cristo Church of Christ, Felix Y. Manalo Foundation, we are truly honored to receive this award, the Mayor's Philanthropic Organization of the Year Award for 2020. We attribute all of the success and triumph of the church is because of the miraculous hands of the Almighty God. Through the dynamic leadership of our Executive Minister, Brother Eduardo Manalo, we will continue to assist this wonderful city in its humanitarian and social civic works to help humanity through our aid to humanity programs, as well as our My Countrymen, My Brethren activities. To the Mayor and to the City Council of Daly City, thank you once again. We are truly honored to be recipients of this recognition and award. We return all praise and honor to our Almighty God. Thank you.
Wow, that was very powerful. Maraming salamat, walang aluman. Thank you for the Felix Y. Foundation, the Manalo Foundation Incorporated, for what they do and that you continue to do, not only here in Daly City, that we have been the recipient recently, however, what you do around the world. Again, congratulations to the Felix Y. Manalo Foundation Incorporated. Okay, moving on. My nomination for the Business of the Year goes to Republic Services. Republic Services has always provided an essential service to our community. But when the pandemic hit, they prioritized employee and customer safety in an effort to provide uninterrupted service to our community. They have assisted hundreds of businesses to navigate through the ever-changing state and local order and its mandates. Republic has also joined the city to take a stance against illegal dumping activities in our city and supports the Clean Daly City initiative. What stood out to me also that I did not mention is that that is not all that they do. They have done so much for the community in the way of funding various projects. They have also helped many of our 501c3 organizations, even if it means moving for one of our 501c organizations, and basically just being there. Congratulations to Republic Services as the Business of the Year. And I believe I may have the CEO, Mr. Travis Armstrong, online. Travis, are you here this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, customers. Look, this award is very humbling, especially in a year like this. I've got to know some of you folks a whole lot better, and I'm just so appreciative of the partnership that we have within the community, whether it's folks down at the PBRC or city staff. Everybody works in conjunction, and that's really reassuring for me these days. So, on behalf of Republic Services, deeply honored to receive this award. Couldn't have done it without our frontline workers, right? Our drivers, recycling coordinators, customer service folks. Everybody has stepped up and done an amazing job in such a difficult time. So again, looking forward to the continued partnership in the future, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and congratulations. We really appreciate everything Republic Services continue to do. As you know, Mr. Armstrong is new, but he adapted very, very quickly to Daly City and got to know many of us. And that's a telling story for me because it shows that he cares. He's just not there to run a business, but he cares about our community. Congratulations once again, and thank you for being here with us this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a couple of more. The next is the Commissioner of the Year. This year I chose Elizabeth Espinda. She was appointed to the Arts and Culture Commission in January of 2017 and was recently selected as the Commission's chair for 2021. The Arts and Culture Commission works in partnership with the community to uplift art and culture that is relevant and responsive to the needs of our youth, families, seniors, neighborhoods, and community. You may notice their collaborative work on the electrical boxes around Daly City. And Elizabeth is not alone. I have to congratulate the entire Arts and Culture Commission. For all that matters, all of our commissions. The commission held art exhibits in Daly City Octagon and at City Hall, and now you can join them live for virtual artist dialogues that will continue into the new year. You may have also seen Elizabeth participating in a variety of citywide events, as well as DCPLA's Crazy About Cars and a number of other community-sponsored events. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and congratulations. You have the floor, Elizabeth. I just saw you. Oh, there you are. Okay, she's a shy one. You have the floor, Elizabeth. You can feel free to make any comments. You have to unmute. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Members of the council, commissioners, staff of Daly City, and guests, it is an honor for me to stand here and receive such an award. In behalf of Arts and Culture Commissioners, with your confidence, our mission, and our accomplishment, it is your continued support that makes our work possible. I would like to thank our City Council, Council Member Ray Bonaventura, Council Member Dr. Roderick Das Magwal, Council Member Pamela D. Giovanni, Vice Mayor Jocelyn Manalo, and our Honorable Mayor Glenn Sylvester for believing in us. For Arts and Culture Commissioners, I would like to thank our Chair Commissioner, Dr. Arlene Das Magwal, and Co-Chair Commissioner Nancy Rodriguez. Your leadership and mentorship for the last 3 years taught us a lot. As one of our successful projects, the electrical boxes are enjoyable and has a great impact to the community of Daly City. Commissioner Duan Boston, your expertise on creating our website to show the communities and the general public about our past, current, and future events will take this commission to the bright future. Commissioner Dory Panessa, providing refreshments to all of our events, much appreciated. Our guest goes home without getting hungry. Let us not forget the people behind the scenes supporters that provide our commission day-to-day assistance, arranging our monthly meetings, legal guidance, and more. Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, Lailani Ramos, Charles Morrow, Angela Padilla, thank you for your support. Also, our City Manager, Shauna Maltby, your assistance, guidance, and continued support to us, thank you. I can't forget Jose Garcia, our building maintenance, providing our exhibits and events with furniture and recycling bins, making sure the octagon is cleaned. Thank you. And last but not the least, we don't want to forget former Assistant City Manager Joseph Coran, which also supported us before his retirement. Much appreciated for all your help. Thank you. We, the arts and culture, are committed to promoting the arts and services for the community of Daly City. Good evening and thank you.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. For those who don't know Elizabeth, we stay in contact all the time. She's always an out-of-the-box thinker, and when she comes up with something, I just have to shake my head. But if you don't ask, you don't get. So congratulations again, Mrs. Finda, and thank you for what
Thank you. It's an honor.
Okay. Okay, the last person is the Employee of the Year. Needless to say, since this pandemic has hit, this was a very, very difficult decision for me because I appreciate all of our staff in Daly City. And again, it was so difficult. Within the first few sentences, you'll probably know who this is. However, I'm going to try to be vague as possible. But as I read the bio, you'll probably figure out who it is. This particular person wears many hats. Among them, and I'm not going to say any gender, serves as the lead public information liaison for our city. A critical function at any time, but during this pandemic, the skill in creating vital, understandable, and timely public information has proved irreplaceable. We rely on this person to be the voice of our city and the go-to person for our public messaging. At the beginning of the pandemic, this person immediately revamped the city's website homepage to provide the latest COVID-19 updates and a myriad of resources for residents and businesses. This person was also instrumental in the recently launched new Daly City website. This person has demonstrated tremendous work ethic and dedication, ensured excellent customer service to our community and our workers, and provided countless support to the entire City Council. The extraordinary work on the city's sustainability efforts has also put Daly City on the map as a leader in sustainability and climate action. Earlier this year, the city was one of 6 cities in California to be awarded the Beacon Vanguard Award, the most elite Beacon Award and the highest honor that can be achieved. it gives me great pleasure to provide this award as Employee of the Year to no other person than Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte. Stephen, I did see you a moment ago. Oh, there you are. He's smiling. Okay, Stephen, you have the floor.
I am completely shocked and surprised right now. I was not expecting this at all. Thank you so much, Mayor. I really appreciate it. You know, this past year has been a huge challenge, but it's been really fun to work with you, especially on the weekly PSA videos, and we transitioned to that content really quickly. So that's been great. And also just so happy to work with everyone in the Daly City organization to just serve our community. So thank you. I'm so shocked right now. I'm surprised that everyone kept this a secret from me. So
And thank you so much, Stephen. And it wasn't easy to do. I guarantee you it was, because you are everywhere, and to keep this from you, it was very difficult. So again, congratulations, and keep doing the great work, Stephen. You're very well appreciated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, that concludes the Mayor's Awards for 2020. What I'm about to do now is to adjourn the 56th City Council meeting. And believe me, you'll still have some time to make comments because we do have many folks here. What we're going to do is, after we do that, we're going to call to order the 57th City Council meeting. And this is where we will actually go through the reorganization. So I thank you all for being here, and you stay safe and you stay healthy. And what I would like to do is entertain a motion to adjourn the 56th council meeting of the city of Daly City. Motion, anyone?
Mr. Mayor, before you
Yes.
do that, I thought maybe you were going to make some outgoing comments. And also, did you award a Citizen of the Year, or did I miss that?
Thank you. And that's why I appreciate you, Councilmember Buenaventura. We had Volunteer of the Year, and I thought oh my goodness. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay. I kind of skipped over this one, and please forgive me. This is very, very important to me. Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. I don't know how I skipped over that. Matter of fact, I'm looking at my paper and, okay, I have it. Thank you. Okay, here we go. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to nominate this particular person for Citizen of the Year. A little history, this person and I go back many years to when my son used to play with the Daly City Titans. And I remember her and her family and I and my family would sit up in the stands chewing on salami as we watched the kids play. Today, my son is 26 years of age, and he started playing when he was 6 or 7. And I remember coming home, and my daughter told me they signed him up for him to play. And I was so upset, but turned out very well. It gives me great pleasure to give the Citizen of the Year award to Miss Rowena Williams Poti Meafua. She has gone above and beyond the Daly City community. Raina has always had a passion to serve others. For over 30 years, she has utilized her resources to provide food, transportation, and gifts to those in need. And when the need grew exponentially as a result of this pandemic, Raina quickly readjusted and transitioned to serve a greater population in need. In addition to the food pantry hosted at Jefferson High School in partnership with Second Harvest and Pacific Islanders Together, Raina coordinated with the Jefferson Union High School District to host a graduation drive-through celebration in Daly City for 4 district high schools at Jefferson High School. By the way, regarding the food pantry, it's my understanding that they served over 2,400 meals every week throughout the pandemic for those who didn't know. And though through these difficult times, she also showed gratitude for our first responders and frontline workers from the city of Pacifica, Broadmoor, Brisbane, Daly City, and the town of Colma by coordinating with Pacific Islanders together to provide hot meals, desserts, and a bottled water at drive-through event called Because We Care. While 2020 has been a difficult year, Raina's dedication, leadership, and volunteerism did not go unnoticed. Senator Scott Wiener honored her as 2020 Woman of the Year. Additionally, San Mateo County Event Center appointed her as a board member, and she serves on the San Mateo County Adult Education Advisory Council Board. Ms. Rayner, please forgive me. It is my honor to give you Citizen of the Year here in Daly City. Thank you so much. Ms. Rayner, are you here online?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I was like jumping up for joy when you forgot, because I'm not and Mr. Buenaventura, Jocelyn Manalo, Pam, all of you, Rod, know that I'm not I don't like public speaking. I was getting ready to jump up in joy because I didn't have to come. But I am honored. I'm very honored. And before I say my thank you, first and foremost, I give all the glory to our Father God for this opportunity, for blessing me with so much wonderful people that takes the time out to come out and to serve and give back to our community. Through the pandemic, there was no hesitation. They were always there to come out and help, young and old. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for selecting me for the 2020 Citizen of the Year. I am truly humbled, grateful, and honored for this selection. Lastly, I want to thank my husband for being there, supporting me through the goods and the bad, as well as my children and grandchildren. Thank you so much. Faftai, Yaviele Tsua, Monet Manuianga, Faftai, Faftai, Faftai Lava, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reina Mayafua. Please say hello to Sam for us. For those of you who don't know, Ms. Mayafua received the Citizen of the Award under the leadership of then Mayor Jocelyn Manalo. This is a testament as we try to spread the wealth, but it cannot be done. Ms. Mayafua, thank you for what you continue to do in Daly City, and it definitely has not go unnoticed. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Buenaventura, am I free to go now?
Oh, you have your outgoing comments.
Oh, doesn't that come later when we make the nominations? I think that'll, yeah, I'd rather do it. I'd rather do it later. But thank you, Ray, for always having my back.
No problem.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the 56th session of the City Council of Daly City. May I have a motion, please?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, a roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Aye. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The meeting of the 56th Council for the City of Daly City is now adjourned. Okay, well, thank you.
Let's now immediately move forward with the meeting of the 57th City Council. So at this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we could start by roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Here.
Mr. Sylvester,
Present.
Mr. Buenaventura.
Present. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. And now let me turn it over to Mayor Sylvester, former Mayor Sylvester, for any, before we proceed to the nominations for the office of the new mayor. Let me ask the outgoing Mayor Sylvester for any comments he.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura. You are trying so hard to get me to say something. And as a lot of folks know, I'm not basically a loss for words. But however, I do want to say it before we move on. It's been a trying year for 2020. I did not expect this. And the coming together of council, collaborating together along with our recently hired city manager, has proved and made everything so much easier. Ideas were taken, they were provided, and we acted on most of all those ideas. And those ideas is what to do and keep our community safe and keep our community going. So it has been a tremendous year being as your mayor of Daly City. I thank Lord God, my family, my friends, and everyone in the city of Daly City, to include staff and the constituents of Daly City, for having me as your mayor. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to continuing this passion of love for our community. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like now to turn to my colleagues to offer some comments about our outgoing mayor, Glenn Sylvester. Let me start with our Vice Mayor, Jocelyn Manalo, for some comments directed towards former Mayor Glenn Sylvester. Go ahead, Ms. Manalo.
Council member Buenaventura, we have some of those comments coming down later on. I think we'll go through the reorg right now, and then those outgoing comments can be made.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now let's go ahead and call for nominations of the office of mayor. Can I get any nominations for the office of mayor?
Yes, Mr. Buenaventura, it gives me great honor and pleasure to nominate Vice Mayor Jocelyn Manalo for the office of mayor.
Great. Are there any other nominations for the office of mayor? Hearing no other nominations, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to close the nominations. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Can I get a voice? Please? All those in favor to close the nominations for mayor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the nominations are closed for the office of mayor. Having only one nomination for the role of mayor, let me get a roll call vote for the office of mayor to be held by Jocelyn Manalo. Can I get a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
For unity, yes.
Dr. Rod,
Yes.
Mr. Sylvester,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
and Ms. Manalo.
Aye.
Congratulations, Mayor Manalo. You now assume the office of mayor. Before you take over the meeting and resume the office, I'd like to ask you if you have a person who you would like to introduce you and swear you in as our new mayor.
Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to ask Supervisor David Canepa for my oath of office for mayor.
Great. Supervisor Canepa, are you on?
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Buenaventura. And congratulations to all the winners and to those who are on the council. So, Ms. Manalo, will you please raise your right hand? I state your name.
Jocelyn Manalo.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon
of the office
of the office
on which I'm about to enter.
of which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Jocelyn, Mrs. Mayor.
Congratulations, Mayor Manalo. You can now assume the meeting, Mayor Manalo. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. At this point of our meeting, we will now move into the nomination of vice mayor for the upcoming year. And moving into that, I'd like to nominate Dr. Rod Daus-Magwal.
I'll second.
So we have first and second. Are there any other nominations on the floor? Seeing none, oh, go ahead.
Move to close the nominations.
Fine. We will have a roll call vote.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
For unity, yes.
Dr. Rod,
Yes.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Mayor Manalo, your voice is trailing out, so you might want to get maybe closer to the mic.
Oh, congratulations, Dr. Rod Daus-Magwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
At this point, Dr. Rod Daus-Magwal, do you have someone that would like to give you the oath of office?
Yes, I have Dr. Allison Tintianco Cubalis to administer the oath.
Dr. Allison Tintianco Cubalis, please give the honor of the oath to Dr. Daus-Magwal, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the awardees and everyone who's been elected. I appreciate all your service to Daly City. Congratulations to my former student, Mayor Jesselyn Manalo. I'm very, very happy for you. And it's my honor to present this oath with Dr. Roderick Daus-Magwal, who is not only one of our most brilliant minds, but brilliant hearts. And I appreciate all of the dedication you've given to my family, the community, and definitely Daly City. So you've been elected as Vice Mayor of the City of Daly City. It will be your duty to remain ready to take over the duties and responsibilities of the mayor in the event the mayor is incapacitated, removed, or unable to fulfill the duties of the office. Are you ready to take this responsibility? Please,
Yes.
please raise your right hand and take the oath of office. Repeat after me. I, Dr. Roderick Daus-Magwal,
Dr. Roderick Daus-Magwal,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, we're still having trouble hearing you, Madam Mayor.
Oh,
Maybe.
okay. I will get closer. At this point, we now will move on to our comments for our beloved outgoing Mayor Sylvester.
I'll go ahead and start, if I may, Madam Mayor. So, Mayor Glenn Sylvester, I could just, you have really been tested, and like no other mayor has in terms of a crisis. This is certainly a once in a lifetime kind of a crisis, and it's been critical that leadership lead, and you have done that with your constant messaging to the community, the reassurances, the public broadcast of your weekly or biweekly updates, and you're keeping on top of a lot of different issues that we have faced throughout the year. So I want to commend you on your performance, on your leadership, on your compassion and empathy for people, and your willingness to really work hard and work through some really tough times and come up with some really good solutions and working for the betterment of our community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've done an excellent job, and we are a grateful city and a better city because of your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ventura, for that comment. I offer any more comments from my colleagues at this time before I end with mine.
Mayor, I would like to say something. To outgoing Mayor Glenn Sylvester, I just wanted to say thank you. I think when we thought of this time last year in 2019, we had no clue what we were going to go through this year. And I think that when we think of leadership, we always need that steady hand, and you provided that steady hand for us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are any more comments, I offer it to the floor. If not, I will go on with my comments.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Please.
May I? Okay, thank you. Well, Mayor Sylvester, as Rod mentioned, Dr. Rod, we never anticipated COVID, and no one understands from a day-to-day basis. And not only do we have COVID, but we know that we face many other issues that we all tackled along as a team together with our city manager and the staff. And that I think that at the end of the day, regardless of anything, I think when we came out of those sessions or on whatever bumps that were in the road last year, which there were quite some things that were unexpected, that that it culminated with things that we kind of like tried to work together and come up with a common solution. And remember that in those sessions, that it was trying to come with common ground and clarity when asked. Even if I asked for clarity, that was given. So for that, and wishing you as continued as the best this year, as you continue to serve on the council with the rest of us, and that we work collaboratively and continue that the same thing as we did in those sessions, and hope that we don't have as many bumps as we did before with Madam Mayor, but I'm sure whatever is road in front of us, I'm sure that it will work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dimitri Obrani, for that. Mr. Mayor, it's been stated over and over again that this year was so unexpected. And I do want to thank you for your tremendous leadership. Making sure, can everyone hear me? Okay. I'm going closer to the mic. 2020 was unexpected, and you definitely was there to ensure that our community had information. And when food insecurity was on the rise, right away with your leadership and collaboration with Supervisor Canepa, you had brought forth the food distribution towards ceremony. I mean, that just showed right away how, through your leadership, you made moves and understood that that was a huge need and continues to be a great need in our community. You consistently made sure that we were apprised with all the county calls. Nonetheless, you were there, as mentioned, steadfast. A man whose passion to give back to others through public service continues. We are so blessed to have you in the helm in 2020. It is evident by your passion and community service that even as you retired, you continue to give back to our community. We see it through your family, your deep friendships, how much compassion and care you have for others. So we thank you so much, and we have something for you. Atenita should be right next to you, your beloved wife. But we have a surprise for you. So this is what it says right here, Mayor. In appreciation of your outstanding leadership and service in the year of COVID, 2019-2020, this is a small gesture to say thank you so much for your care and love and service to our community as mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Jocelyn Manalo. I can't overemphasize that this would not be possible if it wasn't for you and the rest of council and the city. And my wife hid this from me. I didn't have a clue. I sit in the kitchen all day on the computer, and I'm wondering, when did you bring this over? Because I watch her every move, and I am so grateful. And thank you all so much. Again, I have to give kudos to Councilmember Buenaventura, because when I start going to the far right or the far left or too far up or too far down, he brings me back into that mediocre. And, these things I will never forget. Again, it's a labor of love. And I am so happy and proud of everyone in Daly City. And most of all, I am happy and proud that I'm going to be with the council for another 4 more years. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you all. It's very much appreciated. I got to stop talking because you're going to make a grown man cry, and I don't want to start crying right now. And thank you, Crystalline and Baby Ronan, for staying there. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sylvester, and for all your dedication. At this point, we will now open it up from any comments, and I think from our elected officials, I see that We have
Yeah.
Speaker Senator Scott Wiener. And then I also see Assembly Member Phil Ting. Thank you so much. Offer time for you all and to say some words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, congratulations. And also to the Mayor and Council Member Sylvester, congratulations on your reelection. Ms. Abona and Ms. Halverson, congratulations to you as well. It's a real honor to represent this amazing community, and it's been fantastic to work collaboratively with the City Council locally and at the state level, making sure that we're always partnering to move Daly City forward. And it is these are tough times for everyone. There's so much pain in the world right now and pain in our community. People who are sick, and we know that more and more people tragically are sick and dying in our community. Healthcare workers who are just beyond burned out, but still finding that internal strength to keep going and to save lives. And I'm so proud of Seton and the amazing team there. And thank God we were able to all work together to save that amazing hospital. And so many people who are struggling economically and can't even put food on the table or make rent. And we're going to focus on all of these issues as the legislature goes back in session. We are currently, and then of course after the New Year's. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and of course with Assemblyman Ting as we try to do what we need to do, just to hold everything together. We are at the beginning of the end of this pandemic with the vaccine. That just started today, and I know we're going to get there. But it's, as they say, it is darkest before the dawn, and so we have to make it through this rough time. But we see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I look forward to getting there together. So congratulations, everyone.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much.
It's great to follow Senator Wiener. I just wanted to join him. It's an honor to be part of our Daly City family. We have really always been able to work and stick together, and I so appreciate your leadership and the leadership of the rest of the council. It's just been an honor to represent this city, but also to work arm in arm with all of you. Like the senator said, this last time this year, we had no idea what was coming. We had no idea. Nothing could have prepared us for COVID. Nothing could have prepared us for our businesses being shut down, our communities told to stay home, everything that we cared about to be, in essence, taken away. There's so many simple things in life that we just never really fully appreciated till we couldn't go inside a coffee shop, couldn't go inside a restaurant, couldn't get our hair cut or our hair done, or go into a nail salon, all those just basic things that we just take for granted every day. But Mr. Mayor, you stepped up. You've been a first responder your entire career, and it showed, because your first responder instincts to protect the community, to protect those who were in danger, came right through. We went arm in arm with the senator, with the council, with Supervisor Canepa. Our first priority was to save Seton Hospital, and we did that together. That was the only silver lining about this pandemic, was the ability to keep Seton open. Hopefully, it'll be able to continue to flourish after the pandemic is over. But that was such an important win for all of us. I just want to say that your guts and your desire just to stay and to fight for our city, for the most vulnerable people. Like the senator said, we have so many people who are just suffering, and your constant acknowledgement to make sure that they had access to PPE, that they had access to resources, working to make sure they had access to healthcare. That was first and foremost your plan, your desire and your leadership with this great council have pulled that together. And it's been just wonderful to see. I also want to just take this time to congratulate our new mayor, Mayor Manalo, and our new vice mayor, Dr. Rod. I think he's the first, doctor to be vice mayor for Daly City. We'll have to go back and look. But congratulations to you both. I'm looking forward to another great year of working with both of you, but really all five of you as a council. It's been just wonderful. We've known each other all for a long time, been able to work together really well for quite a long time. So again, congratulations for all the amazing work that you've done just to protect this amazing city and its citizens. And I'm looking forward to a new year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Phil Ting, for those words, and both of you representing, our Daly City and being there at the state capitol, ensuring that, even during this crisis, we are all working together. And he's giving me my headphones. That's what Ethan's doing, because can you hear all of them? And so thank you both for your dedication. We know that we can always reach out to you, Senator Scott Wiener, and also Assemblymember Phil Ting in our communities. And I know you want to say hi. Say hi, Ethan. Those are your elected officials representing you at the state level. Thank you so much. At this point, I know there are actually, I think, a message that are there any more elected officials that are here currently online, Stephen, that you see?
I do not see any additional in our Zoom meeting.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a comment? First of all, I wanted to congratulate our treasurer, Halverson, and for your continued service, and our city clerk, and to wish now that your incoming mayor, that this year be a better year, and that hopefully will be COVID-free, and wishing you all the best with health and happiness.
Oh, Mayor, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Now?
Lightly, very lightly, we can hear you.
Yeah, no.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Doubt it.
That sounds better.
Just not use my headphones. Is that better? Clear? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So at this point, I think we have some a comment from elected official in the peninsula that Stephen will be reading out loud. Please.
Okay, so this is from Wayne Lee of Millbrae. It says, "Dear Mayor Sylvester and City Council, I regret that I cannot be present in person and express my thanks to each of you. I am exiting the Millbrae City Council after 9 years, but I want to express my appreciation for you. I feel I am fortunate to serve Millbrae, San Mateo County, and the state of California as your representative on the Association of Bay Area Governments. Congratulations to Mayor Sylvester for his outstanding leadership during these unprecedented times. Congratulations to presumptively Mayor-to-be Jocelyn Manalo. Mayor Manalo was celebrated as an influential Filipino woman and also managed to give birth while serving. Congratulations on the re-election of Council Member Glenn Sylvester and Jocelyn Manalo. As the president of the California League of Cities Asian Pacific Islanders Caucus and the current president of the San Mateo County API Caucus, we thank Mayor Sylvester and the city of Daly City for supporting and denouncing assaults against Asians. The San Mateo County API Caucus supports diversity and equality. We thank you for your support and protection for the Asians during these difficult times of Chinese villainization due to COVID-19. In summary, it has been a deep, profound honor to work with each of you and say that you are my friend. I wish you, your staff, and Daly City citizens well and best wishes for a safe and healthy future. Warmest, Wayne J. Lee, recovering council member, City of Millbrae.
Thank you so much for that, reading that statement, and former council member Wayne Lee, thank you so much if you're watching, for sending that statement over, and your leadership in the county, and also in regards to ensuring the API community has a voice, and you continue to serve in that capacity. So thank you so much. This point, I think we skipped over some comments. I will now, I think that is it. I think we're going to move on to our regular meeting. Is that correct? I think we did move through everything. At this point, I will say some very short comments as we have business ahead of us right around the corner to continue. I just want to be able to thank my colleagues for this opportunity to serve the city of Daly City for another year as mayor. It is truly humbling, and I take this responsibility greatly. I know that moving in this role, I do not take it lightly. To my mother, Josefina, who taught me compassion, to Lito, who taught me work and determination, and to my sister Carly Ann, whose courage knows no bounds. My husband and partner, who's been supporting me in all my endeavors, in my quest through public service and other aspects, always there on my side. You know, this year we will continue to keep our residents apprised around what is going on. We know that COVID is not over, but we will continue to work together with my colleagues on council to ensure that we will keep everyone up to date, and also look towards, as we move towards the year, really implement an action plan of recovery for our community. I'm looking at the horizon, this moment in time, to be hopeful that as the vaccines are being released, simultaneously, we will work together to ensure that our local residents and our local economy will be moving towards a direction of recovery. So thank you very much. And I know the work ahead of us continues as we move into our business meeting.
Madam Mayor, if I could make a comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Always a mayor when you're a mayor, they say.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say, having you as mayor and the speech you have just given provide, or I feel, a sense of passion and hope under your leadership. And I know that you care so much about the community and others. I want to thank you for your statement that you just made. I'd like to thank you for the hope that you're providing for all of us. And congratulations to Vice Mayor Dr. These are some new beginnings, but don't worry, as a council, we'll all have your back. And I'm glad that Member Di Giovanni, we can work together, and again, we'll make and continually to make Daly City a very good place to be. So thank you all. I'm looking forward to it, and we're there. Thank you. And thank you, Ray. I won't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, without further ado, do I have a motion to end this meeting, or do we go right into the next meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor, we do need to rejoin on a new Zoom link, so this one will be closed.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It is Monday, December 14th, our regular meeting for City Council. At this point, call the meeting to order. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I believe we have a sanitation meeting first. We ran a little over. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Okay, so let us first do our sanitation meeting.
Yes.
So let's call, is everyone here for the sanitation meeting?
Okay.
Okay, let's call to order the meeting prior to our regular meeting. And may we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Giovanni? Mr. Giovanni? Mr. Ventura?
Here, present.
Mrs. Sylvester?
Present.
Dr. Rod?
Present.
Ms. Manalo?
Present. Thank you very much. Is there approval of the minutes from the last meeting?
Approval of the minutes for the last meeting? Motion to approve?
There a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Madam Mayor, I believe we can do the reorganization of the Board of Directors before we can get into the regular agenda. But we'll accept the approval of the minutes.
Wonderful. So we have to do the reorganization. Let me just pull that up right now.
Sure.
We'll now move on to the reorganization for the board of directors. I entertain a motion for the election of the chair.
Move to
Madam
elect.
Mayor, I make a motion to nominate Mayor Jocelyn Manalo as the chair.
Second. Can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
There's a second from Councilmember Buenaventura. All in favor, or do we close for nomination and see if there's any other?
If there are no other nominations, Madam Mayor, you can close nominations.
Okay, are there any other nominations for the floor? If none, we'll be closing it. Hearing none. Okay, moving on, may we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Giovanni?
Aye.
Mr. Ventura?
Aye.
Mrs. Sylvester?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
To the election of the vice chair. Entertaining a motion for election for vice chair for the Northern San Mateo County Sanitation District.
Move to elect Dr. Roderick Das Magboal as vice chair.
I'll second that.
Can't hear her.
Can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
One time.
Can you hear me? Better? No.
We just need to move closer, which we can.
Just okay. I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to get
good.
real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Much better.
Okay, so I guess the speaker is connected. All right. Okay. This is sorry. We'll get this coordinated. Better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience as we get technical difficulties. We'll make sure to get all the technicalities figured out at the next meeting, but this is loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. And so now I think we have a roll call at this point.
Mr. Giovanni?
Aye.
Mr. Ventura?
Aye.
Mrs. Sylvester?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. We already approved the minutes and now moving on to action items for staff for the sewer service charge appeals for fiscal 2020 to 2021. And I believe we have staff, Mr. Joshua Cosgrove.
Madam Mayor, this is also on the consent agenda, so you could just take a general motion on for the consent agenda, which is also item number 2.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We can take a voice vote. I believe I heard a second.
Yeah, I don't think we can hear
We
you.
can't
again.
hear you.
All in favor for this, say aye.
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 Now, are there any public appearances or oral communications?
Let me refresh the page really quickly. Not for this meeting.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Any reports from my board of directors, colleagues? Seeing none, any from staff?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
December 14th regular meeting for Daly City Council. Can you all hear me? Just making sure I'm clear and loud.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So at this point, we call this meeting to order. Maybe all rise for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. How were you muted? Not sure why we were muted. That's weird.
Thank you very much, everyone. May we have roll call, please?
Madam Mayor, I'll be sitting in for Annette until the city clerk is able to join us. Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye. President.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Das Magbual?
Present.
Mr. Buenaventura? Mr. Sylvester?
Present.
Ms. Manalo?
Can hear.
Motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of November 23rd, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Councilmember DiGiovanni. All in favor, say aye.
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 And now we are moving on to the approval of our agenda. I've entertained a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Sylvester. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember
Second.
Ventura. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Aye.
Thank you. I have to get used to the lag in the digital world. Okay, and now I'm entertaining a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, are we able to pull an item? Okay.
What are the items you want to pull?
I'd like to pull item number 1 and number 4.
Madam Mayor, I will amend my motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of items number 1 and 4.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Sylvester. So there is a friendly amendment to, take 1 and 4 off the consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Let's move on to number 1, notice of completion for the Gellert Park renovations playground equipment installation. And I believe that will be Director Chu.
Nita, can you give me some?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Congratulations. The item before you tonight is the notice of completion for the Gellert Park renovation playground equipment installation. This work is part of the Measure K grant that you are all aware of. The Measure K grant includes adding a new ADA compliant restroom building, Also, it includes replacement of the existing playground equipment, renovation of the existing barbecue area, and replacement of the existing tennis and basketball courts, light fixtures to LED. This specific item is just for the playground equipment installation. On February 10th of this year, Council authorized the city manager to execute an agreement with Landscape Structures Incorporated to install a new playground equipment at Gellert Park. Landscape Structures Incorporated has completed all improvements required by the agreement for a total amount of $383,885.18. This includes some amendments totaling $46,405.98. The increase in cost were due to additional payments and performance bonds. Cost also for additional work to install a new water line and also to replace some existing concrete flatwork and curb work. Upon authorization by the City Council, the notice of completion will be recorded and retention payments will be released after the noticing period has been completed. The contract was completed in the total amount of $383,885.18, with funds available from the fiscal year 19-20 Capital Project Fund, Gellert Renovation Project. And the cost will be reimbursed from the Measure K grant funds. So in summary, Landscape Structure has completed all work described in the agreement, and the work is now acceptable for city maintenance. Staff is recommending that the City Council authorize the filing of the notice of completion and accept the completed improvements for city maintenance. That concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chu, for the explanation of that and really all your hard work on this important renovation and use for our constituents and residents and even people that visit us as far as Gellert Park. Council Member D. Giovanni, you pulled this item, and right now I yield the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a real quick one. I guess the mayor covered it already. So this is the last phase, Mr. Chu, of the whole thing. First of all, thank you. It's beautiful over there. This is it?
No, it's not it. We still have the restroom building to be installed, and council did authorize the award of contract already.
Right.
So we'll probably be getting that underway right after the holidays.
Oh, it's perfect. And then on time, and then so we'll be able to hopefully celebrate this monumental thing during COVID after next year, like 2021 when we come back, return. That'd be great. Correct. Yeah, but thank you and thank everybody that worked on it, and thank you, Madam Mayor, because in that way we are, like you said, we're letting them know that this is a great positive thing in our city, and that where children are going to be hopefully healthy to play in a safe playground, and then when we can return, which hopefully will be soon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues about item number 1? Seeing none, I will motion to approve the notification for Gellert Park renovations playground equipment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Council Member Sylvester. That's a second. And do we have since we pulled it, do we have to do a roll call vote or voice from our staff? Attorney Zimmerman, do we need to do, because we pulled it?
You can do a voice vote on this.
Okay, thank you very much. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 6, authorization and application for and receipt of local Early Action Planning Grant Program, LEAP funds.
I believe it, Madam Mayor, pardon me. I thought it was item number 4.
Is that item number 4?
I believe so.
Yes, no, it is item number 4.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Sorry, I heard item number 6. So,
No worries.
disregard that. The item number 4 is approving consolidated annual performance evaluation report for the fiscal year 2019-2020 for the 1-year action plan. And I think yield to staff on this report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. So each year we prepare a CAPR, the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, which summarizes the accomplishments that have been reached with the 1920 CDBG and home funds. So it's a requirement of HUD that we submit a report on the use of the CDBG and home funds. In the past fiscal year, beginning July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020, and a draft copy of the CAPR was presented for council review. During fiscal year 1920, the City of Daly City expended a total of $943,073 in CDBG funds and $28,009 in home funds. And this draft report summarizes some of the accomplishments, which include minor household repairs and accessibility improvements provided to low-income households and 33 children receiving subsidized childcare services. Was there a specific question relating to the paper?
First of all, thank you, Linnell. Thank you, Ms. Mothershead, and for those that worked on this. No, I just want to make sure, because people were asking exactly, you know, like when they see these things, they had inquired, because when they look into the documents, but they, thank you for clarifying that the CDBG funds are something that we help the community with, and is not really anything that comes out of pocket for us. It's how we allocate them. So it just, I wanted to reiterate that, and it did go to our low income and for people that are in need of that, and because they don't know that these things actually go on in our city, as far as they've heard the terms, and they know that there's action on that. Like we had that meeting at one time based on the demographics and making sure that people of all the equality issues, and that I see in the report when they read it. So I wanted to commend you guys on the distribution and the equity part, because I did get feedback from the community, and they were very pleased in seeing that they were actually used in that manner of equity and for things that are really viable, especially during this COVID time, and that people are in need. And know going forward, there will be a much more need. I understand that, but getting that feedback to let you know that that was important, that these CDBG funds are vital. They actually are vital for our community. Appreciate the distribution done with equity. Thank you very much for the equity part. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodson, for your explanation of that. And at this moment, if there are no other comments from my colleagues, I entertain a motion to approve this item.
Motion to approve item number 4.
We have a first.
Second.
Can we have a voice vote, please? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. The motion passes. So moving on to our next agenda item. Back on here, we have our public hearing. Oh, let's And we have you again at the forefront, Linnell. So wonderful. You didn't have to go way too far. So please report on item number 8.
Okay, so good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Before I begin, I just want to apologize for a typo in the staff report heading. This hearing is for the FY 21-22 funds, not FY 19-20. I just had another item that dealt with the 1920 caper, and that must have carried over to the staff report. So I just want to clarify, and I apologize for that typo. This is the 21-22 needs hearing. Okay, so the city receives Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and home funds annually from the Department of Housing and Urban Development to help lower income households. CDBG funds may be used for program administration, housing, public services, capital improvements, and economic development. And home funds may be used for affordable housing, such as tenant-based rental assistance or affordable housing development. We do not yet know how much we will be getting in FY 21-22. For reference, in 2021, the city received $1,074,661 in CDBG and $380,743 in home funds. As a requirement to receiving this fund, the city prepares a 5-year consolidated plan that identifies housing and community development needs and goals for addressing those needs. The consolidated plan goals are briefly summarized in the staff report. So for each year during the planning period, the city prepares an annual action plan that allocates how the CDBG and home funds for the program year will be spent. So tonight is the first step in beginning the process for the FY 21-22 annual action plan, which is the 4th year of the consolidated plan, but also the 2nd year of a 2-year CDBG funding cycle. So it being the 2nd year of a 2-year CDBG funding cycle, we do not issue a general RFP for the CDBG funds. Programs and activities that are currently receiving funds in FY 2021, provided as attachment A to the staff report, may have their contracts renewed for FY 21-22, pending the availability of CDBG funds and satisfactory progress towards meeting their FY 2021 goals. I hope I'm not confusing with the different program years. So our community participation process for the action plan consists of 2 public hearings, the one tonight and another in April. So tonight's hearing is for the purpose of providing the public an opportunity to inform the council on housing and economic development needs in our city. The public hearing in April is to receive comments on the draft 21-22 action plan, which would include a proposed allocation for the 21-22 funds. So notice of this hearing was published in the Examiner and was made available on the city's website. Oops, sorry, my light goes off sometimes. As well as emailed to various community organizations. So the public notice also included mention of $1,044,763 in CDBG CV3 funds allocated to the city. These funds are separate from our normal CDBG allocation. These funds are specifically to help prevent, prepare for, and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, you may also receive comments tonight relating to these funds that are specific to responding to COVID-19. So staff will return to council early next year with the recommendation for the CDBG CV3 funds, and a public hearing will be required. Prior to tonight, I received 2 written comments, which I believe the council has also received from DC4BL, and HIP housing. And with that, I'm available to provide additional information.
So much, Manal, for that extensive report in regards to the community development and housing needs. At this point, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions regarding your report, and then we will move into opening and closing the hearing. Seeing none from my colleagues, I entertain a motion to open the hearing.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a second. So at this point, is there anyone in the audience that is wants to speak on this item? Susan?
Mayor, I have two comments to read from our virtual meeting webpage. The first one is from Nick Ochipinti. It says, housing and urban development are as critical as ever as we close out 2020. As Daly City continues to navigate housing needs amidst a pandemic and budget issues that have hit our community among the hardest in San Mateo County, we have to find ways to reimagine our community development that go beyond selling out land to the highest bidder. We need more affordable housing. We do not need more high-priced housing developments that promote gentrification, especially those looking to develop beachfront property in our city. Thornton Beach is not undeveloped land. It is some of the last of our beautiful natural environment and coast, and should be respected and preserved out of respect for past, present, and future generations. We as a city and community should not be seriously considering bids to extend development of the Thornton Beach area. This is especially critical to consider when we are discussing environmental impacts on the indigenous land, stolen land, which our city has been built on, Ohlone land. This is a public hearing about community development. Community development and housing needs begin with the community. The community has not been consulted on this matter, and given the danger to the environment and our coastline, including legal action by the state around privatizing public beaches, I know that I speak with many and strongly advising the council to reject any further encroaching on our city's land, beaches, and community trust. Thank you. Okay, and the next one is from Evelyn Benitez from Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County. It says, COVID-19 has brought tremendous hardship on tenants in Daly City. Loss of income, lack of childcare, and illness have impacted low-income households the hardest. Eviction is the #1 issue brought to us by Daly City tenants right now. In October, courts reopened to process eviction filings, and the sheriff resumed lockouts in November. Even with current state law protections that limit some evictions for non-payment of rent, and a federal CDC eviction moratorium, we see as many eviction filings now as we did in January 2020. A wave of evictions will almost certainly compound the anticipated wave of infections in our community, in our county, simultaneously, with effects that will be felt in the community and local economy for years. We urge you to be proactive in preventing this harm. 3 areas where focused efforts and resources can make a difference. First, be ready to adopt local protections for tenants when and if the state legislators and federal government fall short. You have the power to tailor local measures that address local needs, mitigate the hardship of vulnerable residents, and preserve public health. Secondly, please continue to support our Home Savers program at Legal Aid to continue to prevent evictions and reach tenants in need. Lastly, continue to support the safety net services currently connecting Daly City residents with basic needs. Agencies like Daly City Community Center and Second Harvest Food Bank. These agencies can help families by connecting them to resources like legal assistance, financial counseling, government benefits, and immigration help. Thank you for your careful consideration of these community needs. That is the final comment.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for those comments, and to the community members that lead them. We always have this opportunity to hear from the public. Do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Sylvester. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. So now the hearing is closed. We will now move on to see. Oh, it's a adoption for resolution by roll call. So at this point, is there anyone that'd like to adopt the resolution? I entertain a motion for the adoption of the resolution.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Okay, we have a first to adopt the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Sylvester,
Yes.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much. The resolution passes unanimously. Now, moving on to item number 9. Thank you very much, Manuel, for that presentation. Item number 9 is the general plan amendment, GPA 11-19-014331, zone change ZC-11-19-014332, and design review DR-11-19-01433 for the Jefferson Elementary School District faculty and staff housing project at 305 Eastmore Avenue. And at this point, we have staff with Ms. Morales to present.
Thank you, Mayor Manalo. Good evening, everyone. I will just go ahead and share my screen. Stephen, it looks like the host disabled participant.
I just allowed it.
Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, I just want to confirm that everyone can see the presentation. Thank you. So yes, I will be presenting on the project at 305 Eastmore Avenue, which is for the Jefferson Elementary School District faculty and staff housing project. Okay, so this map shows the site location. I'm sure many of you know where the MP Brown Elementary School campus is located, and this site will be just east of the school the school location. As you can see, it's surrounded by a mix of uses from residential to commercial, and it's very close to the 280 highway. Just some background information on this project. As I'm sure you all know, it is difficult to attract and retain highly qualified teachers during this time, especially within this district and community, due to the critical shortage of affordable rental housing. And through Measure U that was approved in 2018, Jefferson Elementary School District was authorized to include I think the Measure U and voters are authorized $30 million in locally controlled bond funding, part of which will be used to construct affordable rental housing. So that measure allowed JESD to move forward with this type of project. So with this project, it aims to address the issue of not having as much affordable housing available, and it will be for JESD faculty, staff members, and their families. So this photo shows an aerial view of the project site. As you can see, the school is on the left, and then the project site will be at an open, what is currently an existing athletic playfield. Here's some site photos. So this is some street view photos on Eastmore Avenue when you're facing the project site. And here are some photos from Pierce Street. So as you can see, there's a very different elevation, and in all the photos, you can see the tree canopy that's surrounding the project site. So for the project overview, this project consists of 56 apartments within 6 to 2 and 3-story buildings. And there is a central courtyard, which will include a community building, some outdoor amenities, which include a play structure and a community garden, to name a few. The maximum height is about 36 feet. There will be lots of open space area, including some open lawn areas in the central courtyard, some restored hillside habitat, and a total of 97 parking spaces are provided and will be along a loop road that will go along the perimeter of the buildings on the project site. The next few slides will be of the project plans, which you can find in attachment, I believe A or B in the staff report. So this is the site plan. So you can see the loop road right around that goes around the buildings. And then the main entrance will be on the bottom left. And that is also an access point to get into the school campus or to get into the school site. Here is a landscape plan. You can see all the vegetated areas that are proposed and the central courtyard right in the middle. And this is the ground floor plan. So you'll see the various heights that are proposed. So along the bottom and left and right sides, you have the lower height buildings. Here's the second floor, still the same heights. And then the third floor you see up against Pierce Street are the 3-story buildings proposed. So there are a lot of different building elevations proposed. I'll go through each one of them briefly. So this is building 1, their elevations that are proposed. And this is a 2-story building. This is building 2, the 3-story building that's along Pierce Street. Building 3, also another 3-story building. Building 4, a 2-story building. And as you can see, there's a theme in terms of the colors, some earth tones and a lot of woodwork and the decking and the staircases. And this is building number 5, a 2-story building. Building 6, another 2-story building. And then lastly is building 7, which is the community center. And it'll be a 1-story building. Has a really nice roof line, interesting roof line, and that will be located in the central courtyard. And here are a couple of renderings provided by the applicant. You can see the varying heights. There's an existing solar carport on the left side, and then the tree canopy that will sort of screen the project site from the adjacent streets. Here's a profile view. And then this is a shot of the community center. And then in front of it is a sort of like a play structure area and an open lawn area right in front. And here's a detail of one of the buildings, one of the 3-story buildings. So just to go over a few of the zoning regulations that are applicable to this project, there's a lot of access that has been proposed both for vehicles and for pedestrians. And it will be secured by entry and exit gates that are at the main entrance. As I mentioned before, there is a loop road. It will start off as a 2-way driveway and then transition into a 1-way driveway at the northeast corner. And there are various pedestrian walkways that are provided along the perimeter of the project site. And lastly, the project does comply with the parking requirement of 97 spaces, which does not require any parking exemptions or anything like that. And this site plan shows the pedestrian pathways that I mentioned. You see them on the left side, that's the main entrance. On the right side, it connects onto Eastmore Avenue, and this is for pedestrians. And then the one on the left side is access to the school site. As for the proposed general plan and zoning amendments, the proposed density is 23 dwelling units per acre. To allow this project, a general plan amendment is required. So the land use designation would change from public facilities to residential medium density. And that is just to allow the proposed density. As for the rezoning, this project site is located within the Sullivan Corridor. It will stay within the Sullivan Corridor. It's just shifting from public facilities to residential high density just because it is now going to become a residential development. But the remainder of the campus, which is the remainder of the property, will still remain a public school use, so that zoning and general plan designation will not change. This project does require a design review permit. As you saw in the elevations and the renderings, there's various shed roof styles, a lot of mixes of colors and siding types, and they do have a unique wood picket fence design for the balconies and the railings. The project does include site improvements and landscaping. And I also mentioned that the trees have the tree cover, the existing tree cover, and the topography does allow for the project site to be properly screened from the streets or the adjacent streets. And the buildings in general are generally in line with the proposed, with the heights and the uses within the surrounding vicinity. So mostly residential and some commercial. So this project, as a residential project, does have to comply with the affordable housing ordinance, which requires 10% of all of the rental units to be affordable according to the county standards, which would be 6 units for this. But since this is a faculty and staff housing project, JESD does intend to price the units at 28% below market rate. So generally affordable, but 10% will definitely meet the requirement of the county, the city. So this project is within the Airport Influence Area B, which is a part of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. Generally, it had to go through the review process, the CCAG board review process, and on October 15th, they approved it and said that it conforms. So basically, the height is at a level that is adequate and consistent with the ALUCP policies. For the environmental assessment, David J. Powers and Associates did prepare an initial study for this project, and it was determined that a mitigated negative declaration is appropriate. The review period was from November 13th to December 3rd, and there were no comments received. In the staff report, you'll find the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which outlines the mitigation measures for this project. There is one correction to the staff report. It is to an engineering division condition of approval, which is a slight change. They realized that one of the easements was incorrectly named, so they're just making that adjustment to condition of approval 65. So these are is a summary of the findings that you can find in the staff report. Basically, that it complies with zoning regulations, is consistent with the zoning code, and it is consistent with the CEQA requirements, and general architectural considerations were proposed and are in and ensures the compatibility of this development with the design concept. So that concludes my presentation. The recommendations that were recommended by the Planning Commission are outlined here, which is to adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report, to adopt the mitigated negative declaration in the MMRP, and then to approve the general plan amendment, zone change, and design review subject to the conditions of approval identified in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. And if I may, I do know that that JSD wants to make a presentation. If so, if they can do that right after mine, please let me know and I'll transition to their slides.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms. Morales, for that extensive presentation on this affordable housing plan by the Jefferson Elementary School District. At this point, I know you mentioned that there is a representation from the JESD that would like to speak, and is it Superintendent Bernie Vidal? Will you be speaking?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. If you wouldn't mind putting up the slide.
Okay, are you able to see it?
Yeah, let me see.
And I can just transition for you, just let me know.
I have my notes on my computer somewhere, and I lost that. All right, here we go. All right, so as you know, my name is Mr. Bernie Vidalis. I'm superintendent of the Jefferson Elementary School District. And I want to thank the members of the Council of the City of Daly City, and I want to thank Daly City staff for this opportunity to address you tonight and to introduce you to this very exciting project that we've been working on now for close to, well, more than 3 years before we passed Measure U just over 2 years ago. Slide 2, please. So the Jefferson Elementary School District, with the support of the City of Daly City, has an opportunity to build this 56-unit faculty and staff workforce housing for employees of the Jefferson Elementary School District. This would be the first project of its kind in San Mateo County, and maybe even the Bay Area or even California, for a kindergarten through 8th grade school district. It would be the second project for our public school district in San Mateo County and would bookend the Jefferson Union High School District's project nicely at the other end of St. Francis Boulevard. With this project, the city of Daly City has an opportunity to make history, being the only jurisdiction in San Mateo County with 2 faculty and staff housing projects within its boundaries. Both projects, as you know, are integral in supporting our goal to attract and retain highly qualified staff to serve the students in Daly City amid the high cost of living in this area. We anticipate between 56 and 70 employees to live in these units that are arranged in the 6 buildings, surrounding a central courtyard equipped with a community room and what we call a tot spot play area. As the development is right next to the school site, families with older children will be able to use the school playground when it's not in use by the students. Slide 3, please. This project has many tangible and intangible benefits in addition to those that are already mentioned. Principally, this project will provide a respite for staff from housing instability caused by sudden rent increases or surprise eviction notices that are enabled by the high demand for rental housing in the area. The additional units of rental housing that will be provided by this project, when added to those of the Jefferson Union High School District's project, have the potential to relieve some of the strain on rental housing in the Daly City area, so that more residents of Daly City can benefit from relief from some of these practices enabled by high demand, low supply of units in the rental market. As mentioned, the units will be priced close to 30% below market rate. We will go higher if we can, enabling more staff to live closer to work. The project also meets the Daly City affordable housing requirements for more than the required units. This project has potential to incorporate more of our staff integrally into the fabric of Daly City, economically, socially, as well as strengthening a middle class that is all but disappearing in many Bay Area neighborhoods. Next slide. This project incorporates many environmental friendly features as well, things that I'm personally am excited about. It will be equipped with solar panels, generating clean energy for use on the property. This is in addition to the electricity generated by the existing solar panels for use at the school site. The parking lot will be equipped with electric vehicle charging stations, making it a possibility for residents to consider a cleaner, greener choice in vehicle with the convenience of charging at home, an option that's not regularly offered to renters. The project is centrally located and walking distance from the Colma BART station, enabling trips to San Francisco and Peninsula destinations without use of a vehicle. The project will also be interspersed with several bike lockers throughout so that residents who wish can bike to work, for recreation, or other activities, making full use of the planned bike thoroughfares that are being constructed around Daly City. Next slide. We are very excited to offer this opportunity to partner with the city of Daly City to not only make history by approving a first of its kind project for a kindergarten through 8th grade school district in our county, but also continuing to invest in our community students and families and also in our residential community. We are hopeful that this project, 3 years in the making, has the components to help our school district contribute to the fabric of this community by explicitly embedding more of our employees in the community we serve. I want to thank you for your time and your attention to this, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation and really expanding on some of the aspects of the project, which is wonderful to see around, even around sustainability and the environment in that respect. So at this point, are there any other comments that you'd like to ask Jefferson Elementary School District Representative Superintendent Vidales, since he's here with us this evening? I open it up to my colleagues.
Mayor, I do have a few, if I may. Did I come through okay?
Please.
Oh, okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Morales and of course Superintendent Mr. Vidalis on the additional information. I actually had 6 questions, and Mr. Vidalis, you covered 2 of them in your presentation. So just so everyone should know, I was going to ask about solar, and you answered that. And the next thing I was going to ask was the EV infrastructure. You covered that, because as we all know, by the year 2035, you will not be able to buy an ICE vehicle, and we are looking for sustainability for the future. So excellent job in forethinking and putting that information out. The questions I have, the beginning of the slide in the presentation made mention about faculty and staff. And then I heard employee. So my question is, who would be able to basically avail themselves? I understand, I know who faculty is, but what about employee and staff? Who do those consist of in the school district?
Well, every faculty and staff are all employees. So any employee of the school district would be able to avail themselves of this opportunity.
Excellent.
So
So,
anything from, a maintenance worker in the maintenance yard to a school teacher to school principal.
perfect, perfect. I see how you crafted it very nicely regarding the only one in the state, but the elementary school district, as we are following up on the high school district. Outstanding. Okay, who will get? The next question is, we have moved in Daly City towards the use or the non-use of natural gases. Well, and we subsequently support an ordinance for electric appliances. Would that be the case in these units?
Yes, I believe, and perhaps Mr. Heath, you can confirm. Certainly all the heating elements will be electric. I believe the water heaters will be electric. So I don't think we'll be having any natural gas in the buildings. But Mr. Heath, would you like to confirm?
Yes, there is. Thank you. That's a great question. There is no natural gas planned on being piped into this site. The water heaters and any other appliances and will be electric.
Outstanding. Very good. Thank you. And then I saw something, this is the last question, in the slides, that we are adhering to the county's requirement of 10%. Now, I think it's my understanding Daly City was 20%, but maybe that would only apply to ownership. So perhaps it's different for rentals. So these are going to be rental units rather than ownership units. Is that correct?
I can chime in on that. Yes, for rental projects, the requirement is 10% while ownership is 20. So they are in compliance as a rental project.
Wow, very good. Thank you, everyone. That's all I have. I'm very excited. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester, for those questions. And any other comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor?
Lonnie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vidalis and Ms. Morales for the great presentation. It's great to see that this is like moving forward. Full disclosure, I was really happy to see it at CCAG. I'm the representative there for Daly City. It just turned out that it got a unanimous support there. And for people to know, like in her report, I'm also the representative at the Perryport Land Use. So at that particular time, I wanted people to know at home and here to applaud you for that project to go through with the compatibility according to the policies. And Mr. Heath, they conform to everything that they asked for. And because they're in particular that's what you have to vote for the airport. And you guys did an excellent job on the design in that matter. And Michael and Tatum and everyone that worked on it, fabulous job. And that was the easy way to prove it, like even for tonight. And Mr. Vidalis, I know that you guys have a tot lot. Did you ever, and I'm sure this is something you can think down the road, consider because of school, any type of integrating any childcare of any type in some manner, maybe moving forward, that might be something that you could think about for your teachers or your staff members to have it on the ground so they'll know where their children are, maybe for childcare, whether it's in this or in the school.
We don't have thoughts of it here at this location. We just don't have the space for it.
Oh, okay.
But it is a thought that is on our mind, and we're looking for partners, mostly and capital, for building.
Okay.
As you know, preschool and nursery care is in high demand in Daly City.
Yes.
And certainly is in high demand among our employees as well. So that would be something we could look into in the future.
Yeah, maybe somebody out there is listening, right?
Mhm.
And knowing that we need this here in Daly City. And but great project. I like the fact that as Councilmember Sylvester alluded to, it not only does have sustainability, I like the modular aspect of it because I don't think we've had something like that before. And that was a great choice. And that as well. And the design, the sensitivity to the surrounding areas was very notable. So I appreciate that. So, and thank you it's great that people can work together as a community. So thank you all. Thank you, JESD. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from my colleagues?
Yes, Ms. Mayor, could I, Madam Mayor, can I speak?
Please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I want to thank Superintendent Vidalis and Ms. Morales for putting together a very thorough presentation. I have a quick question. By creating this project, does that reduce any type of programming from MP Brown Elementary?
No, it does not.
No.
As you know, as you see, it is on a field there. That
Right.
field has been overtaken by gophers. So it has essentially become unusable unless you want to walk out of there with some sprained ankles.
Okay. All right. I think that was the only question I have, but I just have one more comment. I'm just glad to be in a city where we support workforce development housing, especially for educators, both at Jefferson Union High School District and then Jefferson Elementary School District. And it is so crucial to provide housing for both the faculty and the staff to kind of see where their students are coming from, to see the bus lines that the students take, to smell the same air that they experience, to see the fog roll in. I think there's something about living and working in the same place where your community is from that gives this sense of empathy, this sense of pride to represent a community where you work at. So I am fully supportive of this project, and as an educator myself, just really proud of a city that is supporting these type of projects. Thank you again.
Vice Mayor Dallas Al. I see Council Member Raymond Ventura on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Vidalis, I was just curious, how similar or different is this project from the JUS High School District project? And that's one question. The other one is what, in terms of how long a teacher or whoever, is there a time commitment that you have for them to stay or not stay? And what are the sizes of a family that could potentially move into there? And then the third question is, does the site or the building or whatever, does the space, is it shareable with the community in any way? Are there opportunities for the community to share the space somehow, whether or not it's a community room or a playground, or is it considered, sort of an exclusive area for the residents who live there? Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, let's see if I can see if I can remember. The first one is, how is it similar or different than the high school districts project? I'm not as familiar with the high school districts project as I am with this one. It does appear that the high school district does have maybe greater density in their units. They're higher, and I think there are more floors in their units. We have our highest building is 3 stories. I think they might have 4 in all of their buildings. There is what's called, people call it stick built, that's being constructed from the floor up on site, and ours will be modular, constructed off site and assembled on site. So it'll be like a Lego project. You'll see nothing, and then suddenly you'll see buildings the next, in a week. So that's and I forget how many they have. I think they might have double what we have. They might have close to 100.
Yeah, it's over 100. I think it's like 122.
Yeah, yeah, and I think they have they used a they used a whole bond for their construction, so they're able to bring their rental costs lower than we would be able to, because we're only using part of our bond to construct this. As far as the length of time residents could live there, that hasn't quite been decided. What we're modeling this after is what the community college district has been doing with their faculty housing projects, governed by a local housing board that will make some of those decisions. I know that the community college district started off with a 5-year limit, but then as that time approached, realized that nobody was able to move out after 5 years because housing costs were going crazy. They extended that. Our goal would be somewhere between 5 and 7 years, depending on what we can work out with our staff. We do have some 3 bedrooms, Mr. Buenaventura, so I don't know if we've decided the maximum amount of people that can live in the 3 bedroom. I would imagine how I grew up, there might probably not that many, but maybe in a 3 bedroom you can probably fit 2 people in each bedroom comfortably. We are at this point, we haven't assembled the housing board. They haven't written their bylaws and their ways of governing themselves and the units. But I don't think that we will be restricting it to just that every adult in the house has to be related to each other. If other adults were also employees, if there were 2 or 3 teachers at a school site that wanted to share a unit, I think we might be open to that. But I don't think we would have non-related adults share with employees. There would have to be some kind of a relationship involved for them to live in the unit with an employee.
Yeah, I think my final question was about shared spaces.
Shared spaces, again, that would be the governing, the housing board would decide that. We didn't design this for a shared space. We designed it for use by the residents. There isn't a lot of space. The community room is adjacent to a laundry room, so it would likely be used by the residents most of the time as they're doing laundry. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Buenaventura and Superintendent Gonzalez on clarifying those questions. And so, given the comments of my colleagues, I will state my comments now. I think Jefferson Elementary School District, this is a project that is most needed, and we know how valuable our teachers are. As a graduate from JES, it's so important that our teachers have a place that is affordable. and then that the retention of these teachers remain, given the crisis within the Bay Area. And so seeing this type of project come to the council and planning commission, et cetera, is really exciting. I think upon ending the year with so many things that have occurred throughout the year, but seeing this project come to the table is so important. I see how well thought out it is around even a sustainability. We all know the issues of parking in Daly City, and that's thought about as well. And it's just really enlightening to see this type of project come to the table. I know it's been, you know, a vision for a long time, right? And to see kind of the legwork happening and finally come to a place in which we are at this evening. And so with that, I think now we will move into opening and closing the hearing. And then if there's any comments from our public, at this point, is there, are there any comments from the public, Stephen? Oh, let me get a motion to open the hearing.
A motion to open the hearing.
Second.
Okay, got a first and second. And are there now any comments from the public, Stephen?
There is one comment, and it is from Clayton Koo, and it says, "Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Das Magbal, members of the City Council, and the City of Daly City staff. My name is Clayton Koo, and I am a school board member of the Jefferson Elementary School District. I am addressing you tonight in support of the Jefferson Elementary School District Workforce Housing Project located at 305 Eastmore Ave. This is an important school district initiative that will help us recruit, attract, and retain high-quality teachers and staff to ensure that all of our K through 8 students can learn and thrive from the very best educators. This project will address some of the high costs of living locally for our hardworking staff, with the construction of 56 apartment units for our district teachers, staff, and their families. Residents of this project will be able to enjoy open space, a community center, and be within minutes of all of our school sites. I would like to kindly ask the City Council approve the general plan amendment, zone change, and design review permits and mitigated negative declaration as presented tonight. Thank you all, and I appreciate your consideration of this project." That's the last comment.
That's the last comment. Andre, can you have a motion to my colleagues? Is there a first or second to close the hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing at this time.
I have a first.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. Now our hearing is closed. At this point, we have a recommended action if there is a motion for city attorney to read by title only. And may I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Sylvester, seconded by Councilmember DG Uvani. And so Attorney Rose Zimmerman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is an ordinance of the City of Daly City amending the City Daly City zoning map, rezoning existing 2.4 acre sites located at 305 Eastmore Avenue, Daly City, from the Sullivan Corridor Public Facility Schools to Sullivan Corridor Residential High Density SC-RH. And we'll now entertain a motion for a council member to introduce the ordinance.
Attorney Rose, at this moment, I move to introduce the general plan amendment. Do I have a second?
No second required for the introduction, Madam Mayor.
As alumni of Elementary School District.
Thank you. And now we will also entertain a motion to adopt the resolution regarding the general plan amendment.
So moved.
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you.
So I'm not hearing you very clearly. I'm Miss Mayor Manalo. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know who introduced the ordinance.
Madam City Clerk.
Mhm.
And then the adoption from resolution. The first was from Council Member Buenaventura,
Mhm.
and the second was from Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you.
Very
And now you'd
welcome.
like a vote. Okay. Mr. Sylvester,
Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much to the partnership with the Jefferson Elementary School District. I want to commend the staff that has worked diligently on this. Ms. Motherhead and Michael, and also your whole team that really put the effort in working on a project like this, and Superintendent Vidal's congratulations on moving forward. We know that this is for the community cohesively as a whole, and that our educational partners is so important as they serve our students. So thank you very much. All right, getting business done this evening. We're at 8:31. Moving on to our next agenda item, item number 10, use permit UPR 9-20-014692, the coastal development permit, geotechnical subsurface investigation at 2152 Olympic Way. And we have the pleasure of having staff, Ms. Morales again, to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening again. I just want to confirm you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I will be presenting on this project at 2152 Olympic Way, which is for a proposed geotechnical subsurface investigation. So this project is located west of Highway 35, which is Skyline Boulevard, adjacent to Olympic Way. To the west is some coastal bluffs in the Pacific Ocean. To the east is a residential neighborhood. There is a commercial site just north of it. It's Mar Vista Stables. To the south, there's a private parcel that's vacant, and then a parking area for Thorn and State Beach. Some background on this project. The applicant, Sandhill Property Company, did submit a development application in September 2019 and is to propose a retreat center. During the review of the application, we found that it included 2 geotechnical feasibility reports, and they both concluded that more detailed studies needed to be performed to better understand the site, specifically regarding geotechnical hazards. And after review with staff and Coastal Commission, the city is requiring that these studies be conducted prior to advancing through the review process, and has required that the studies include a subsurface and geotechnical investigation, as well as a slope stability and bluff retreat analysis. So this photo shows an aerial view of the project site. You can clearly see the commercial site to the left, and the trails both used by hikers and horses along the western property line. It is important to note for this project that it does not include any development. It's just for grading and geotechnical work. It is also entirely within the private parcel, so it's not going to be touching any of the open space areas. Here are some photos of the project site from the street view from the southwest corner, and then from Olympic Way. And for the project itself, as mentioned, it is a geotechnical subsurface investigation. It will be used to develop a comprehensive geotechnical study that would determine the suitability of the site for the proposed retreat center. Again, it's not for the retreat center itself, it's just for the investigation. And this project requires a coastal development permit, not because the development is proposed, but through the city's local coastal program, it is considered grading and extraction of materials, which requires a CDP. Lastly, there is a grading permit that's also required and concurrently being reviewed by the engineering division. As for the investigation, it will be conducted by NGO, which is the applicant's geotechnical consultant. NGO prepared one of the 2 reports that was submitted for the proposed retreat center project. And it includes 6 vertical borings, 5 test pits, and an trench. There's approximately 350 cubic yards of cut proposed. All the cut material will be put back into its original location, and vegetation will be removed as necessary only. This is a snapshot of the survey just to better understand where the property lines are. You can see Thornton State Beach is to the left, and the property lines are just adjacent to it. And as mentioned in the staff report, the site plan has been modified slightly just to clearly show what the proposed work will look like. So right now, this is the original site plan that was proposed at the Planning Commission meeting. And here is the revised site plan. The major changes are the trench you see in the blue long rectangle at the bottom of the site. It was just moved slightly to the east to move out of the trail areas. And the horse and public access trail that cuts across through the private parcel is now shown. And it's also shown that the borings have been moved slightly to avoid these areas. And so this was in response to the feedback that was received during the Planning Commission meeting. Just to go into a little bit of detail on the different aspects of the project. So there are 2 borings that will be pretty deep, from 10 to 250 feet and up to 10 inches in diameter. It's to gather data and understand bedding plane orientations and things like that. The 4 other borings will be used to figure out the foundation design for the proposed retreat center. As for the trench, it will be approximately 5 feet deep, 5 feet wide, and 300 to 350 feet long. It will be used to identify how cracking frequency changes near the bluff. It will also identify tension cracks and other recent features so they can better understand landslide formations, if any. And NGO, the geotechnical consultant that will be conducting the investigation, does not anticipate any potential risk to the stability of the bluff area with this trench method. As for the test pits, they're about 5 by 5 by 5 feet, and it will be used for infiltration testing. And the geotechnical consultant NGO will be presenting briefly after my presentation if you have any specific details on the technicalities of all of this. I know it's a lot to understand in the few slides. To go into the coastal development permit, this project site is zoned light commercial district with the resource protection combining district overlay, which basically means that it's within the coastal zone. And any development that's within the coastal area does require a CDP. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, there's no structures or additions or any sort of development proposed, but because the definition of development includes grading and extraction, a CDP is therefore required. As for compliance with the city's local coastal program, the staff determined that it was in compliance. There was a biological resources assessment submitted with the application. No special status plant species were observed, no sensitive natural communities, etc. And any potential for impacts to occur have been included as conditions of approval in the staff report. As for the environmental assessment, staff has determined that the project is exempt and is in accordance with the SECA guidelines sections 15303, which is information collection. It has been determined that it's not serious, or it won't cause a serious or major disturbance to an environmental resource, and the information will be used for an eventual decision that hasn't been acted on by a public agency yet. Here is a brief summary of the findings in the staff report, that it's in compliance with CEQA and the local coastal program and zoning code. And lastly, this slide shows the Planning Commission's recommendations to the City Council, wishes to adopt the findings as outlined in the staff report, affirm the environmental assessment, and approve the use permit subject to the findings and conditions in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, but I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. And I do know that Steve Lynch with Sandhill Property would like to make a brief presentation after mine, and be happy to transition to slides when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales, for that presentation. My colleagues don't have any comments or questions for Ms. Morales at this moment. I will have Sandhill present, but if there's any questions right on the spot and you don't want to wait, I will yield it to any of my colleagues that have any questions or comments. Seeing none, let's have the representative from Sandhill present. Thank you so much, Ms. Morales.
Thank you. I will put up the slides.
Yes, can you hear me okay, Carmelisa?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Lynch, and I'm with Sandhill Property Company. With me here tonight are our geologic consultants from NGO, as well as our biologists from WRA and Associates, and are happy to answer any questions that you have. We do have a short presentation regarding some of the work that will be completed on the site. But very briefly, I will just add a couple of comments. And that's before we went under contract on these sites. So we don't own these sites today, but we are under contract. We too had similar concerns. When you look at the cliffs, you know, it's a natural sort of conclusion to wonder, is this safe to build on? You know, what's the stability? There's been a lot of news about these bluffs from San Francisco, you know, all the way down to Pacifica in the past. So as a result, we actually commissioned two entirely independent geologic reports. So both of them were concurrent. They studied our site as well as the Mar Vista site to the north of us, because we wanted to understand what was happening below ground. You know, is this safe to occupy? Is this safe to build on? What's happening? And both reports entirely independently came to the same conclusion that in fact, both of the sites are safe to occupy and have buildings on. However, before they can conclude 100% on the reports, they needed to understand what's happening below ground. They needed to see the geology to determine some of the characteristics underground before they can make that determination 100%. So after we submitted to the city as part of the city's environmental process, they decided both city staff, engineering, as well as the city's environmental consultant and the Coastal Commission, all decided they wanted to see the second phase of the studies. They wanted to know what was happening below ground as part of the CEQA process before we could move further into the application portion. So that's where we are today. I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit more background. And with that, I will turn it over to Nadine Priat from NGO to give you a little bit better understanding into the exact work we're doing, as well as the timeline for this work.
Great. Thanks, Steve, and good evening, everyone. So my name is Nadine Perriott. I'm a senior geologist with NGO, and I just want to talk really briefly about what we're proposing to do with this geotechnical investigation. So the purpose is, number one, to further characterize and evaluate the geotechnical hazards at the site as requested by both the Daly City and the California Coastal Commission. So this applies mostly to the deep soil borings and the exploratory trench. The second objective is to obtain site subsurface data that will later be needed for preliminary foundation design and percolation testing in accordance with Daly City requirements. And this more applies to the shallow soil borings and percolation test pits, though both will aid in the first objective as well. And the investigation will be conducted during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Next slide. So we have 6 soil borings proposed. One is to 250 feet, one is to 100 feet. These are going to be the ones that we're going to use to try and determine depth to groundwater, bedding attitudes in the different soil layers beneath the site. And then the other 4 will be 10 to 50 feet deep. And those will mostly be used for foundation design. All these borings will be permitted through Daly City Water and Wastewater Department. So they'll be backfilled under regulatory oversight. The Drilling will be performed by a truck-mounted drill rig, which is on, the noise is on par with about an idling semi-truck. No significant vibrations are anticipated from this drilling, and it'll last for about 2 weeks. Each location for the protection of the public will have about a 70-foot wide by 30-foot long exclusion zone, just to protect the public. And we'll only be using those exclusion zones while we're actually working those locations. And those are shown in orange on the figure. Next slide. The exploratory trench, which Carmelisa did a really good job explaining, is shown in blue on this figure. It'll be roughly 350 feet long, 5 feet wide, 5 feet deep. And the purpose is to look for cracking, bedding attitudes, slip surfaces. It'll be dug by a regular backhoe. The trench will be dug over the course of several days, and then we will actually go into the trench and we will look at the beddings, the bedding in the different soil layers to look for cracking, slip surfaces, etc., adverse bedding, and that'll take about 2 weeks before we backfill. And no significant vibrations are anticipated for that either. Next slide. So the test pits, the purpose is just to do infiltration testing per City of Daly City development permit requirements. They're just 5 by 5 by 5, dug by the same backhoe used for the trench, and they'll take also about 2 weeks to complete. And next slide. So these are just some graphics showing what we'll be dealing with. So there's an example of the exploratory trench with a few people just in their hand logging the soils. The mud rotary drill rig that we'll be using has a staff of about 35 feet tall. It's truck mounted. There's nothing permanent. There's no permanent structures that we'll be installing for the drill rig. It's very mobile. And then the exclusion zones will be very visible to the public. I'm sure you've all seen the kind of snow fencing that's shown here. And with that, I conclude my short presentation.
And we're happy to answer any questions that council has tonight. Thank you.
Presentation and also going through some of the what the testing entails. Yeah, at this point, I will ask my colleagues if they have any direct questions, since Sandhill is here, and also the work that the people that will do the work in regards to the geotechnical testing. And I see Councilmember Benaventura. Please, if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe Carmelisa or Steve or whoever wants to answer these questions. It's fine. I'll just throw them out there. So I just want to be clear. So what you are asking us to approve is not whether or not we are agreeing to build on that piece of property, but you're asking us simply to approve the testing of that piece of property. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Bonaventura.
All right. And so with respect to the testing of the different forms of testing, you know, the concern I have is what, to put it simply, what damage will the testing do to that piece of land in Daly City, and whether or not it could be irreparable damage as a result of any kind of testing. Now, am I correct in understanding that you're working with the Coastal Commission in terms of how this testing is going to occur? Did the Coastal Commission have any objections to the actual testing of the site, to any forms of testing?
I will jump in, Councilman. So the Coastal Commission has actually required us to complete this work as a part of the environmental review process. So this has come from both the city's environmental consultant as well as the Coastal Commission. So they're on the same page. Really, I will just offer up the reason why we didn't do the phase 2 study, because it's a question you're probably getting to, is it's very expensive. So this is, a couple $100,000 to get this work done. And we are hoping to sort of get more of this work done later on or after entitlement. So that's the only reason why we haven't done it to this point, just to be completely open with you. Our biologist is actually on the call today, Greg Strauss from WRA. He can speak to your other question in terms of what's existing on the site today that we may be, irreparably damaging. So Greg, you want to just talk about sort of fauna and flora issues?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Steve. So the site is composed of something called ice plant. It's a highly invasive species. The community is called ice plant mats. So there is no sensitive community. There's no jurisdictional community. We did a wetland delineation out there as well, and we determined that there would be no impacts to anything of a sensitive nature.
So I thought I had read that you were going to remove some vegetation in doing some of the testing. Is that vegetation permanently removed, or is that vegetation going to be restored to its original condition after the testing is done?
It will be put back into the original location and restored to as best as they can. I mean, they will be removing the dirt and taking it off, so it won't look exactly like how it was before. But as Mr. Sproul mentioned, it's an invasive species, so it's not taking away a sensitive habitat or a sensitive community within the project site.
Okay.
Yeah, due to the nature of that species, it will grow back very quickly.
Okay. And then with respect to the cost of the testing, so all the cost of the testing is going to be borne by your company, and Daly City is not going to be responsible for any of the testing itself. Is that correct? Okay. And then also, so with respect to the public access, the areas around that square that you pointed, is it your statement that none of the areas around it, maybe with the exception of where there's public access by the horse stables, is going to be impacted? Is that right?
Correct. Kamosa, can we go back to one of the slides that show the graphic, if that's okay?
I'll put it.
Sorry, I don't mean to be directing the conversation here. Councilman Buenaventura, so we actually added this slide in here. So today, most of the pedestrian users, the desire lines, as they would say, they're parking on Olympic Way, roughly where the sort of orange triangle terminates into Olympic Way, near the highway there, and they're walking down this trail to what's essentially the main user trail, the main beachhead. This is not an accessible trail today. It's dirt, it's rocks, there's some plants. If I've hiked down there a couple times myself. If you have any kind of ambulatory needs, elderly, just wheelchair, anything like that, you will not be able to go down this trail today. It's pretty limited. The horses can actually access the trail. And so what we're trying to show here is we're working with our property owners to the north. We're actually in close contact with both the Mar Vista and Palomar owners. In fact, I think we've actually submitted letters of support to you today, showing that we're making sure the trails are accessible to the public. There's a lot of dog walkers that use this spot, as well as the horse stables just to our north. They're accessing what's a little bit hard to see, but on the very left-hand side, the very western side, that's sort of the main trailhead to Thornton State Beach. It's not very obvious today because it's a closed state beach. The unit is not open, so they don't have normal sort of state park access trails. But we tried to move all of the grading, all of our work out of that area. So there's no trenching, even if it's short-term or long-term. We try to make it there's full public access. And we will hopefully, under our project, which just to give you a sneak preview, we're probably going to formalize this public access as part of our project at a later date. So that's our current thinking right now, but we're certainly open to thoughts, suggestions, and comments you may have.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, when in my very elementary knowledge of soil and digging, the thing that, comes to mind is the sort of avalanche situation where if you disrupt the ground, what kind of an effect could that happen in terms of, an avalanche of some sort and spiraling it down. So that's a question I had. And also, is there a time period in terms of the season of the year when this has to be done, so that is rain going to be a factor? And when do you anticipate doing the testing and completing it?
I will ask our geologist to address both of those questions.
Okay. Yeah, so in regard to will the drilling and trenching destabilize the cliff, our answer is no. As geologists and geotechnical scientists, our job is to go into these areas where there are geologic hazards and assess them through intrusive means. There's been very similar investigations performed nearby this site in the past. So we would not be doing it if we thought that there was any risk to further destabilizing the cliff. So I want to make that very clear. I'm sorry, can you repeat your second question?
It was the wet season. Is this an appropriate season to be doing this type of soil moving?
Yeah, so it's not abnormal for us to conduct this kind of work during the rainy season. So we can certainly move forward with that work. With the trenching, we would look for potentially a period of time without a torrential downpour, but we can certainly operate through kind of normal Bay Area weather.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Ventura, and thank you for answering. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your presentation. I do have a couple questions. I'm reading through the public's comments here, the ones that use it and know the area. They lived here for numerous years. There's a couple of things. In one of them, that frequency area, even though I know that the invasive plant is ice plant, as we all know, which is really grows like crazy. I'm not sure which one person. They were saying within an ice plant, they have actually witnessed in that area an endangered plant. And I believe it's CILIA and then CAP, correct me if I'm wrong, LATA. I have the correct the name in this letter. And they said that it's among the dense patches of the ice plant itself. And it is an endangered species that you cannot very well see it. But once you get in there, there's a few concerns I have. And so that's one thing. Second thing is concerning the Mara Vista stables and, being neighbors or what have you. How does that drilling affect? I know that horses, even when we had just a horse and carriage at ceremony, standing to the side of them, not standing in front of the horse, they're so sensitive to anything, even though you say that there's minimal sound or what have you. Not only does that trail really, it's there, and that is a very important issue, because that horse stables is very valuable to our community and to others that use it. How will that affect the sensitivity to these animals, as far as a disturbance? Thirdly, any type of drilling, even though I know that that is just a surface, not going down, as you say, 100, 150 feet. Given the fact that we've had so much climate change being addressed at our state level, local level, county level, and everything else, that's a huge concern when somebody says even though there's no guarantee, how do you really know when something hasn't been done? Even though studies say X, Y, Z, even because you guys are experts in certain areas, how do we really know? There's really no guarantee that once you loosen it or go for that study, that there won't be any ramifications, as Councilmember Buenaventura alluded to as well. That's a concern. The coastal zone requires the CDP, and like you said, this is all investigatory in nature, but the slope stability, just the geotechnical entailed using the drill of any kind with any vibrations that were felt under. Again, with the animals, the loosening, even though, you know, we may not feel the drilling, or you may not, according is not that loud, or the things that I'm reading in your reports, but they are very sensitive to that. And so once it's loosened, you can't repair it, right? Like once these studies are done, whatever condition it ends up in after this, it cannot be repaired. Like you said, to go back to where it was. So if something did happen during this study, then what would preclude it of something that that would not be dangerous to the horse stables or the people surrounding it, or those that recreate in that area, which many recreate in that area in our community. And I'm concerned about the Mora Vista stables. Have you spoken with them? Anyone from representative from the Sandhill properties? And if so, what is their feedback in this? And are they supportive of this investigatory thing? Because they've been here a long time as well. And so I'm concerned. So right now, Madam Mayor, those are the few questions that I have until after the public comments. And I'll take it off the table, and whomever it may go to answer. I appreciate the answers to the questions. Thank you very much for all of you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Giovanni. So
thank you.
You're mentioning right now that you don't need answers from the staff or the proponents for the geotechnical at this time. So I think what we can do, if there's no other comments from my colleagues, we can move on to our public comment, and I'll state my questions afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. May have a few after. Thank you. They can answer those after for the public.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We received a high volume of correspondence via email regarding this agenda item, and I do want to assure everyone who wrote to us and emailed us that by 5 p.m. today, we provided all of that correspondence to the City Council in advance of this meeting, and all of those letters will become part of the public record. In total, there were approximately 77 emails in opposition to this use permit. 1 email was received in support of the use permit, and an additional petition letter with 211 Daly City residents as signers and a mention of many more supporters throughout the area was also received from the Thornton Beach Bluff Preserve Organizing Committee. Tonight, through our virtual meeting webpage, I do have about 25 comments to read from people on this item. So bear with me, please, and interrupt if you need to, and if you can't hear me and stuff like that. So let me just refresh the page here. Okay, the first comment is from Henry Peterson. It says, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land which moves this project forward. My reasons are, number 1, the land proposed for this project is a sandy, rapidly eroding bluff in an earthquake zone, and any building/development would pose a danger to the public. Number 2, the cost of moving utilities under Skyline Boulevard is prohibitive and would be a drain on scarce city financial resources. Number 3, the intent and nature of this project is not in line with the local coastal plan for Daly City or the California Coastal Act. Number 4, the project is incompatible with the current zoning ordinances as C1 light industrial. Number 5, this project is opposed by hundreds of Daly City residents. And there is a link provided to a change.org petition called the California Coastal Commission Save Open Space for Outdoor Recreation. It's a long link, but it's on change.org. This land should remain undeveloped as open space. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from Lynn Shubunka, and it says, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land, which moves this project forward. This has the same exact content as the comment I just read with the 5 different points. So I will leave it there. Okay, the next comment is from it's from Nicole Chen. It says, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for the testing of the land, which moves this project forward, and it lists the same 5 reasons as the last 2 comments. The next comment is from Sarah Harrison. It says, I am writing to you today to urge you to vote against allowing developers to build a large for-profit building on Thornton Beach Bluff. I am a local neighboring resident who visits the bluff weekly. Thornton Beach Bluff has connected me to other people who have formed my community. In my business, I serve residents of Daly City and San Francisco by walking dogs at Thornton Beach Bluff. I contract 2 additional people, and this is a main source of our livelihood. We depend on using this space. It is not only the 3 of us, but upwards of 100 others like me whose livelihoods depend on this space as well, including Mar Vista Stables, which has been in business for 100 plus years. In addition, preserving natural spaces is one way we can impact the global climate crisis on a local level. 10 years of construction will deeply impact and permanently damage the wildlife ecosystem. The last 2 coyote families in the Bay Area who keep the rat and vermin population under control use this space for hunting and traveling. Ongoing construction will drive animals like nesting native birds and owls away with noise and disruption. So much has been taken away from the Bay Area wildlife. Let them keep this small habitat. If this building is approved, it is not just animals, but also the people of Daly City who will be negatively impacted. Making this area private will rob Daly City citizens of space that generations have enjoyed. This is everyone's local park, not just a tourist destination. Fishermen, paragliders, and horseback riders come here. Moreover, families and people with pets come here to enjoy the open space. The neighborhood deserves Thornton Beach Bluff to be public. I am friends with people who live here and come every day, and this is a huge part of their lives and why they've chosen to live in this area. A retreat center will only be for private use, a large building on unstable land. February of 2019, a woman named Kyra Scarlett was buried alive in a landslide less than a mile from the bluffs. It is a dangerous place to build. This retreat center will serve only a small percentage of people, but will impact much more in comparison. Is taking people's livelihoods, hurting the climate and ecosystem, and robbing the neighborhood of a community space worth it? It is a very high price to pay. Let's preserve Thornton Beach Bluff. It is in these small steps we can make a difference in helping reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from Kelly Zerga. It says, Dear Daly City Council, regarding agenda item number 10, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land, which moves the project forward. My reasons are, number 1, the land proposed for this project lies between Thornton Vista and Fort Funston and includes the main trail down to the beach and the public accesses. This is an area that has been long used by locals and Bay Area residents for dog walking, horseback riding, hiking, fishing, surfing, kiteboarding, and paragliding. It has beautiful, vast views and should remain as is, unspoiled and undeveloped for generations to enjoy. Number 2, the land is situated in an earthquake zone next to the San Andreas Fault with knowledge of a recent death due to the eroding sandy bluff, this would not be an ideal location to build a huge facility. Number 3, this land homes fragmented habitats that exist in urban areas that provide a last refuge for many locally threatened plant and animal species otherwise absent from the surrounding urban matrix. These areas also improve connectivity between larger, more contiguous habitats in nearby parks and open space reserves. Preservation of these small patches is critical to the conservation of biodiversity and urban landscapes. Number 4, the intent and nature of this project is not in line with the local coastal plan for Daly City or the California Coastal Act. Number 5, is it really a religious retreat center? Do we need a retreat center at this location? Can't they find somewhere else to build? Number 6, this project has been opposed by thousands of local residents, and it references the same change.org petition. This land should remain undeveloped. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment is from Holly Prohaska. It says, Daly City Council, I wish to formally register my opposition to the proposed project, use permit and coastal development permit for geotechnical subsurface investigation by Sandhill Properties and NGO. I echo the concerns with other local residents that the project takes away public access, impedes open space, is a violation of the current Daly City plan, and will not bring money into Daly City, being a nonprofit venture that will not bring in any taxable income to the city. Regarding the CEQA KTEX form that was used to allow the geotechnical testing, an initial study should have been used to address the socioeconomic hardship that testing would bring to the adjacent stable, preventing safe trail rides and essentially shutting that stable down for 2 weeks. The SPCA should also have been coordinated with, as one of the drill holes is adjacent to a corral of 30 horses. I suggest that the city ask NGO to pay for an SPCA or Humane Society representative to monitor the horses' well-being during the drilling and stop drilling if they show signs of stress and agitation. If no such monitor is required and the horses in the corral spook and run into the fences and injure or kill themselves, would Sandhill Properties, NGO, Daly City, or all three be liable for the injury/death of livestock under CA state livestock regulations during the geotechnical investigation? Thank you for the opportunity to comment. The next comment is from Lisa Dunmeyer. It says, I urge the council members to not issue the permit or grant support for this project. What gain to Daly City residents is there when they will be losing access, not gaining access to additional open space? The next comment is from Lillian Montgomery. It says, I am opposed to the proposed complex being built at the intersection of John Daly Boulevard and Skyline. I have been a resident of Daly City for 60 years. I often walk my dogs and enjoy the ocean nearby. Please vote no. There are numerous other places to build your proposed building. The next comment is from Patricia Diaz. It says, good evening, council members. My name is Patricia Diaz and I am a, oh, sorry, that's for later. The next comment is from David Frankel. It says, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land, which moves the project forward. This lists the same 5 reasons as some of the other form letters we received. This land should remain undeveloped as open space. The next comment is from Bryant Galo. As a native in San Francisco and having been raised in Daly City, I strongly oppose the construction of buildings and any sort of damage done to our seashore. Everyone is opposed to this permit because we know it will cause great damage and ruin this beautiful area in the future. It will immediately destroy wildlife, long-term introduce pollution and waste, and overall ruin environment next to the ocean. I am strongly opposed to this permit and believe we need to stop this great harm from being done to our homes for all present and future citizens of Daly City. The next comment is from Tatum King. Good evening, distinguished City Council Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members. I have 2 concerns for you tonight. First, I think that we as community members should have the opportunity to provide oral comments direct to the City Council versus being added to a queue to be read aloud. The distinguished City Council already provided such an opportunity for a hearing earlier this year, so technology is available for this request to improve engagement with constituents during the pandemic. Second, I am concerned about the Daly City Planning Commission's approval of the Sandhill project at Thornton Beach. I provided objection to this user permit and development to the Planning Commission ahead of their last meeting, as I would assert that it is subject to CEQA. It will potentially damage sensitive habitat. The proposed project is not consistent with current zoning. Essentially, they are building a hotel, and it will limit public access to the bluff/public beach area. As such, I request that a special session of the City Council be held on this user permit to provide Daly City community members the opportunity to provide input prior to any decisions being made by responsible elected officials. Thank you for your consideration of these requests. The next comment is from Martha E. Pankey. Dear members of the City Council, I am and have been a resident of Daly City for many years. I am writing this email to ask you to not approve the development of the Olympic Way Retreat Center at Thornton Beach Bluff Preserve. As a youngster, I would access this area to ride horses at the Mar Vista Stable and swim at Thornton State Beach before the beach was closed by a landslide in 1982. I currently access the Thornton Beach Vista to enjoy the view, the local flora, and occasional fauna. This area should be maintained as a recreation area open to the public where hiking, riding horses, and other activities can continue. The natural terrain should remain into perpetuity as it provides ocean vistas and open space for the residents of Daly City and the public at large. One other point, and probably the most important one to consider, is that Thornton Beach Bluff Preserve is prone to landslides caused by erosion and seismic activity, thus making it very unwise to develop the land in this area. Please put a stop to development of the retreat at the preserve. Your children and grandchildren will thank you for it. The next comment is from Karen Schwartz. It says, as 26-year residents of Westlake, our family opposes any development of the land next to the Staples on Olympic Way. The land should remain for recreational use and stay unspoiled. It is a beautiful part of our community and should not be ruined by a development. The development will bring extra traffic, noise, and will be an eyesore to a quiet, beautiful neighborhood in wonderful Daly City. The land is naturally eroding, and building on the cliff doesn't seem a wise idea. Please keep things the way they are. Don't take our few spots of nature and beauty away from us. Thank you for your time. The next comment is from Ethel Galo. No, totally opposed to any construction in our beautiful Daly City coastal area. Respect the environment, respect the people, respect the future generations. Do not allow this permit to ruin our California seaside coast. The next comment is from Gabriel Galo. As a lifelong resident of Daly City, I am strongly opposed to any building construction in this area. The environment will be strongly negatively impacted, and this construction idea will cause many problems in the future, including the destruction and pollution of the coastline. I strongly oppose and see no value in the construction. Please leave the area as it is. Everyone in the Daly City area opposes the construction proposal. Next comment is from Marie Seitzer. I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land which moves this project forward, and nor should you. This area is not suitable for a building. It is a rapidly eroding bluff, and any construction would be destroyed and fall into the ocean in a short amount of time. Secondly, the cost and effort of moving utilities to this part of the city would pose a danger to anyone. Thirdly, the intent and nature of this project is not in line with the local coastal plan for Daly City or the California Coastal Act, and Sandhill Properties knows it. They're just being shady. Fourthly, the project is incompatible with the current zoning ordinances as C1 light industrial. Again, Sandhill Properties knows it. They would petition to change the zoning for this project. Lastly, and most importantly, this project is opposed by hundreds of Daly City residents and thousands of Bay Area residents. Despite what Sandhill Properties says, every single person I have spoke to is against this project. Don't turn a blind eye to your constituents. We elected you. It is now your turn to represent us. The next comment is from Cheryl Richard. I hope the Sandhill plans for a wedding/convention center on the Thornton Beach Bluff doesn't get past the soils engineers. Park visitors prefer the open space free of traffic. It's peaceful and beautiful. Also, a convention center would bring too much traffic to the slopes, speeding up erosion, not to mention the weight of the building and the underground infrastructure, like water pipes that can leak, causing sinkholes. The bluffs already seem to be eroding faster because of the dramatic increase in visitors, some of whom deepen and widen gullies by turning them into paths down to the beach, down the side of the cliffs. I grew up in the area and I've seen the landslides that occur with big earthquakes. There are 2 old highways buried on lower terraces. There's a large fenced-off gully in front of the circular parking lot that used to be a trail back in 1995 before the big earthquake. You can get an idea of how much land slides. I've also seen a number of houses, cliff hangers that eventually go down the cliffs to the left of that same parking lot. My dad used to drive along Westlake streets to see the latest victims of erosion where the entire backyard is gone and the house is perched on the cliff's edge. So many houses were lost. If some geologist gets a big bribe to approve the project, Sandhill will make a profit selling the building or running the business. When the next big earthquake takes the building and the highway, Sandhill will walk away with their profits and earthquake insurance proceeds. But our beautiful bluff and the protection for our highway and houses across the street will be gone forever. Sandhill probably never walked on the land. They probably have no idea how fragile those sand bluffs are. As to the community service of a beautiful wedding space, people can rent the beautiful new environmental sciences building at Skyline College. It has stunning views, ample parking, and it's a perfect event space surrounded by nature. The next comment is from Elizabeth Edmonds. Thank you for reading this letter, and I appreciate you taking time to listen to the community. The matter in which I am writing to you about is dear to me, and I appreciate being able to communicate my thoughts about the proposal to build a Christian recreation center at Thornton Beach Bluff. I want to express my strong opposition to the proposed geotechnical testing for the Olympic Way Retreat Center. The community is opposed to this project, and there are many reasons why this project should not move forward, including: 1, the land is Franciscan sandstone and unsound and not safe to build on. 2, denying hundreds of people access to the space, especially during a pandemic and in the future, is hurtful to the community. 3, a Christian retreat center is not inclusive to all of the community. 4, it will be very disruptive to wildlife, causing noise pollution and destruction of natural habitats. 5, it will subject the horses at the stable to stress and noise pollution from very loud construction. Horses are flight animals and very easily scared by loud noises. If you have not visited the area, I invite you to do so and go and see it for yourself. This land is gorgeous and majestic. It is enjoyed by the community and a home for so much wildlife, including owls and many species of birds. It is a refuge and should remain as is for the community to enjoy undeveloped. The land is Franciscan sandstone and is visibly unstable and not suitable for building on. Prior projects have literally collapsed and crumbled, and existing structures are on the verge of tumbling down the hill. Building a religious Christian retreat center is not inclusive of all the community. Our communities have been experiencing so much division, and we are in the middle of a raging pandemic. Living and acting in accordance with Christian values means being inclusive of all community. Sandhill property should not be allowed to test or build on this beautiful and sacred site. The community that uses this space is overwhelmingly opposed to this project, and I believe I can speak on behalf of the wildlife and say that they want their home to be left as is, undisturbed. Please listen to our voices and do not allow this project to move forward. The next comment is from Philip Seitzer. This comment is intended to discuss the coastal development permit. I believe it is in the public's best interest not to grant this permit, nor any subsequent construction permits associated with developing the Thornton Beach Bluffs area. This space is currently used extensively by the public for outdoor recreation. And as this council may be aware, the public has expressed nearly universal disapproval of this project. Mr. Stephen Lynch's assertion that the public was somehow okay with this project, as stated in the November 17th City Council meeting, is demonstrably false. Furthermore, I believe construction violates a number of local and state laws. For instance, the Bluff area is currently zoned as light industrial. Construction of a 2-story, 50,000 square foot structure is hardly light, and would require a change to the local coastal plan zoning laws. These laws, as they are for good reason, I imagine that changing them over the objections of the public would set a dangerous precedent. I contend also that the motion to grant the testing permit was, in fact, already in violation of CEQA, owing to the proximity of the drill sites to the old barn. Construction on this site is very dangerous because of extensive coastal erosion. I am also concerned about the taxpayer burden associated with the construction of new utility lines, which would necessary to support the proposed structure. A burden, it must be mentioned again, the taxpayers overwhelmingly object to shouldering. The next comment is from Christopher Gavidia. Dear Honorable Daly City Council, I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land which moves this project forward. I have been a resident of San Mateo County my entire life, spanning 37 years. I currently live in the South San Francisco Westboro area and graduated from South San Francisco High School in 2001 and graduated from San Francisco State University in 2006 with a BA in psychology. Like many other individuals in 2020, I have struggled with depression and anxiety during the COVID-19 public health crisis. Thornton Beach Bluff has helped my mental health by being an outdoor safe haven to visit and experience Mother Nature to clear my mind. This bluff should remain open and accessible for all residents and visitors of San Mateo County. It should not be tarnished by construction and private development. Losing this beautiful open patch of nature would be a great loss for San Mateo County and all of its residents. The next comment is from Hannah Blair. It says, my name is Hannah Blair. I live in Westlake and I'm asking you to vote no on item 10. Daly City needs public open space, not a 50,000 square foot event center built on unstable sand cliffs by an out-of-town developer. I walk to the beach almost every day and I see joggers, dog walkers, and families out for much needed fresh air. Everyone I've spoken to has been surprised and upset that this development is even being considered. Please do not allow it to go forward. Please vote no on item 10. The next comment is from Lynette Cook. Dear Honorable Daly City Council, I oppose the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and CDP regarding testing of the land to move this project forward. My reasons are number one, the need for open space highlighted more urgently than ever before by COVID-19 for exercise, mental health, and physical safety and well-being. This property already is viewed as a physical, mental, and spiritual retreat by Daly City residents and Bay Area visitors. Number two, alignment with Daly City's 2030 general plan, which states the need to ensure open space, recreational opportunities, and the preservation of natural resources, and recognizes current system-wide deficiencies for these. Number three, the land is unstable and unsafe. The coastal bluff from San Francisco to Pacifica regularly erodes, resulting in the loss of homes and apartment buildings. In 2019, the cliff at Fort Funston, just north of Fort Thornton Beach, caved in on 2 women and a dog. 1 woman died. Number four, welfare of animals. The noise, vibration, and other disruption that digging and drilling during the period of geotechnical testing will cause to the horses at Mar Vista Stables and to the habitat of endangered species located on this property, such as the San Francisco garter snake and the California red-legged frog, is unacceptable. As a 22-year resident of Daly City, I welcome such a retreat center only if it is approved for a suitable location where the loss of open space and threat to animals and endangered species are uncompromised. I appreciate this opportunity to share my views with the Daly City Council. The next comment is from Nicole Zuninga. I do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for the testing of the land, which moves this project forward. This letter also mentions the same 5 reasons as some of the other form letters. And at the end, it says, this land should remain undeveloped as open space. Bluff should remain as open space for recreational use to maintain views, choose nature over development for the California coast. I'm a newer resident of Daly City and fell in love with this beautifully preserved piece of nature. Preserve this land for the public, please. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from Francesca Lomotan. My name is Francesca Lomotan and I am with the, oh, sorry, this is for later. Okay, we have 2 more. This one is from Daniel Frankel. Do not support the Olympic Way Retreat Center project and the CDP being issued for testing of the land, which moves this project forward. My reasons are number one, these are the same 5 reasons as we've listed before. This land should remain undeveloped as open space. And number 5, and the last comment is from John Wood, and it says, as a concerned citizen and an organizer of Thornton Beach Bluff Preserve, I oppose the proposed Olympic Way Retreat Center project and issuance of the coastal development permit. The City Council should listen to public input about this project. There is a strong and growing opposition to it. Over 250 Daly City residents to date. This land is not suitable for development. Building on sandy, eroding cliffs in an earthquake zone is dangerous and puts public safety at risk. The current zoning regulations do not support this type of development, but any development of this area is simply inadvisable given the evidence from decades of prior mistakes in this vein and the cost of those. Why would Daly City even consider this type of project? It is being sponsored by a nonprofit foundation, meaning the city gets no property taxes, etc. The city would be on the hook for moving utilities under Skyline Boulevard to support electrical, internet, wastewater, sewer, etc. Does the community need a religious retreat center? No. This project is not in any way compatible with the local coastal plan for Daly City. We plan to appeal any CDP to the Coastal Commission. Yes, some will say this is just a CDP for testing, but it is a slippery slope. Once the council votes for that, the project technically moves to the next stage. Wouldn't it be more advisable to redirect Daly City resources, now even scarcer due to COVID, to other priorities? This land should remain as open space. Thank you for your consideration. And that was the last comment.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for reciting all those comments from the public. I want to say thank you to the public that has turned in their comments this evening via written or through the site, and appreciate your input. So at this time, I think there are some concerns and questions I think I would love to ask staff and also Sand Hill property in regards to the geotechnical aspect of the study. So has there been coordination with, number one, has there been coordination with Mara Vista Staples? Number two, does it impede the routes that they have right now as far as the geotechnical study? And then three, also, how loud and noisy is the impact of the borings during the daytime, as far as like decibels and how loud it is? Although I know there's a highway, but there's still like residential folks across the highway. And then is there no sales tax that would go to the city of Daly City in regards to what was mentioned earlier, if the retreat center, and this is not about the geotechnical, but Sand Hill is here, in regards to, or staff can answer in regards to the comment that some of the constituents and residents have raised. So those are the questions I have for staff or Sand Hill. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, would you mind adding my questions to that as well?
The questions that you also mentioned
thank you,
to be answered at this point. I think we wanted to hear from the public comments, and then if there are any other questions, maybe we'll go with that, and then if there's any additional questions from council, so we would follow so that it's not too lengthy and they can kind of go through the questions we have.
Sure. So this is Steve Lynch. So thank you, staff. A lot to unpack there. Why don't we go ahead and start with some of the technical questions first, because I think those are the easiest to be resolved, as well as this is the environmental permit that's in front of you. Remember, we're being asked to study this as part of the CEQA process, right? So we're asked to do this by the city and by the Coastal Commission, again, as part of our environmental disclosure process that's in front of you. So I want to make that clear, just kind of where we are in the process. We have a long way to go. We certainly haven't had a chance to uncover every stone at this point. We're still discovering as we go along as well. So with that, I'd like to ask WRA to talk about some of the biological questions, some of the noise questions, and then have Nadine kind of talk to some of the drilling noise and other pieces. And any of the comments you kind of heard from the public, go ahead and address as best you can as well. It'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So let's start with sensitive habitats. I heard a lot of comments about they're concerned about the sensitive habitat being impacted. I do just want to emphasize, this is not a sensitive habitat. It's been highly disturbed. Dating back to the 40s, there were all sorts of structures back there in the 50s. It's been disturbed over time. It's invasive species out there. The community is called ice plants, as I mentioned. So there's no concern from a sensitive species or community's perspective. We did do a rare plant survey. We determined that there was a moderate potential for a plant called San Francisco spine flower to occur. it is not present. We did this rare plant survey during its bloom period, and there are no CNDDB records of this plant or any other plants for that matter. That's the California Natural Diversity Database that records all rare plants in the region, as well as the California Native Plant Society. There's no records on the site. We didn't see anything when we went out during our preliminary site visit, and we didn't see anything during our focused rare plant survey. So we are very confident that there are no rare plants on the site. In terms of wildlife, there are no special status wildlife species that would need to be addressed for CEQA as well. The project would be occurring outside the nesting bird season. That's typically from February 1st to about October. So we're outside of that. And, in terms of noise, this is a very short-term project. It's only 2 weeks, and the project site is directly next to the highway. So the horses should be acclimated to some level of sound disturbance anyway at this point. Cars are frequently driving by, there's RVs going in and out. So, based on the minimal amount of time that's going to be spent causing these impacts, as well as just the site is so disturbed anyway, I don't see that as being a major concern.
Great, and I'll just go over a couple of the geotechnical concerns that I was hearing. By and large, I'm hearing a lot that the land is unstable. There's a lot of concern about, namely the woman who was killed last year in the landslides. And I do understand this concern, but I also want to point out that the site is different. The landslides that I think the public is bringing up are those caused by wave action. And the purpose of this geotechnical assessment is really to see what the long-term effects of a deep-seated landslide are going to be, not these sort of superficial landslides that we see actively every day. A lot of the neighborhoods that have been destroyed in Daly City are right up against a cliff that is being eroded by the waves. So if you look at the profile of this site, you'll see that there is actually historic or an ancient landslide that is buttressing the site. So that landslide is sort of a bench that is being actively eroded by the wave action. And then this site is sort of protected by that bench. So if you can imagine that the situation is a little different, the processes that we're looking to explore are just different than the kind of landsliding that I think everybody is familiar with. In regard to noise, I just also want to just touch that we have done this kind of drilling many times next to livestock. It's true that they are interested, but they haven't been spooked. We've done this many times for farm structures and things like that. So drilling right next to livestock is not new to us. Like I said, the noise that the drill rigs put off is sort of like farm equipment, honestly. So I think I think that addresses the major concerns. If there's anything that I missed, I'm happy to touch on that.
And I think the only other pieces that I would add in there, in addition to any questions you have in terms of sales tax, our project, is not in front of you right now, but just to give you the sneak preview, we are proposing an interdenominational Christian retreat center. It's something that would be used by multiple churches up and down the peninsula, in San Francisco, in Daly City. There's a lot of Christian retreat centers around the Bay Area. This isn't new. We have everything from, Presentation Center, and, Costa Noa is, sort of a retreat center as well at this point. That's kind of what we modeled after a little bit. And that's kind of the Monday to Thursday sort of occupancy of the building. And then the idea is sort of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it would be open to the public in terms of, someone having a major birthday party, a product launch, a wedding has been referenced. Obviously, that's a great site for having, a wedding or just a large, event, any kind of a civic event. So that's the idea, is that the site does make some profit. Obviously, it's not a for-profit venture for us. And then during the week, it does serve. There's a lot of ministries that are running out of space. A lot of churches are finding themselves without any major meeting rooms, anywhere to go. And that's the idea, is it would serve that. There's not a major church or organization backing this right now. This is just Sand Hill Property Company. We have a nonprofit portion of our company just called Sand Hill Foundation, and that's what this project is for. Some of the comments, I must say, make it sound like a deep, dark, and mysterious thing. It's not. It's a Christian retreat center, nothing more and nothing less. We do have some hotel rooms. Right now, I think we have about 28 hotel rooms. The idea is if you have a wedding there, then the wedding party can stay on site. If this becomes a significant issue for the city, then we would simply remove those. It's not meant to be a hotel. There are no 28 room hotels. They don't really exist. And this certainly is not one of them. That's the idea, is we just have some supportive rooms. But to the tax question, I'm not an expert, obviously, in fiscal matters, but similar to the stables just to the north, my understanding is that services are not taxed. So when you rent a horse, I don't believe there's tax on that. If we're to rent a space, I'm not sure if there is tax on that, to be honest with you. This building is a 30,000 square foot building. It's about 11% floor area ratio for the site. It's not meant to be a fiscal boost to the Daly City economy, but it will not be a drain in any way. There will be some, obviously, money coming into the city as a result of this, but this isn't a Costco. This is not a Home Depot, guys. That's not what this is meant to be. This is meant to be a project that's open to the public. It serves Daly City, serves Daly City churches. Again, interdenominational. We're not tied to a specific church. It's meant to be a resource for the public. We're meaning to improve the site. Right now, the site is not accessible unless you are in great physical condition or have a horse. It's not accessible to others. It's dangerous. There's not a fence on the edge. There's not good lighting at night. And we're proposing to help make this a better condition. We're proposing to have a trail that's in permanent accessibility for the public. Right now, there is no public easement on this land. It is technically, it's trespassing. There's no enforcement of this, but we're trying to formalize this going forward. So sorry to be on my soapbox. I don't mean to do that, but I'm trying to kind of answer a lot of that. I wrote down, actually, there were more than 25 comments there. I wrote them all down. So I'm trying to answer those as best I can to help you know kind of where we're going with this. Again, it's not meant to be a destruction of this hilltop, the cliff top. We're actually proposing to restore the habitat. And we're trying to make the trails better. We're trying to make it flatter. We're trying to make it actually accessible to everyone. And by the way, just one other comment. I have hiked the site several times. I've actually been out to the site dozens of times, so I know it pretty well. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers a good body of the question there, Madam Mayor. Yeah.
Oh, no, that answered a lot of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Lynch, around, jotting down the questions that were stated by our community. And yeah, and understanding that this is geotechnical study, but you're stating that down the line, you're looking at more accessibility to community members around access to that area. And so I guess the other question was, yeah, have you been in communication with the Mar Vista Stables? I think that was the other one.
Yeah, so we've been in communication with both the property owners to the north. So the stable business owner is actually a tenant of those property owners. So we have not been in direct contact with him. That's an owner-tenant issue. We certainly can at any time. We understand the horses need access to the beach as part of their operations, and that's exactly what we've opened that up. Originally, we had some of our trenches and drill boring holes located more to the north, responding to some of the needs, moved everything as far away from the stables as we absolutely can to make sure there's the minimal effect on horses as best as we can. So.
Thank you. And were there any other questions that were answered? I think the questions around the species, plant species were answered earlier, that was brought up, and then also around the erosion that Nadine mentioned that comes from the waves and not necessarily the same issue there. But I do have a question in regards to the study of, I mean, you're doing the borings, etc. How is there another area similar to Thornton Beach that you've been able to study as far as I don't think is it Nadine or Gregory that is comparable so that there could be a comparison for us?
So we've certainly studied many major landslides before by using similar tactics. This is a very beautiful, unique property. I'm not sure that we can give you a direct comparison. The mechanism here is, we're having an ancient landslide and then a bluff. So those two don't coincide all the time. But we have many, many times performed deep drilling on potential deep-seated landslides in the Bay Area. And yeah, we could point to many of those studies.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a few questions.
Please, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I like to know the story and history of a lot of things. I think that's just my nature. So, if you could just answer these few questions, like, what are if we talk about these ancient landslides, but I really want to understand the history of landslides at Thornton Beach. Like, what is the history of landslides in that area? Has there been previous studies of that area? And the third is, what has prevented development before? Like, it's been years, right? I go out there once in a while just to kind of like meditate, and I read. I'm a history person, so I like reading like the billboards on there, and they were saying that there used to be like railroads and stuff that ran parallel to that area. And then also just understanding like how far is the San Andreas Fault to that area? Because I know we are in earthquake country, so and we can never ever we can't predict earthquakes. I just want to understand like the story, the narrative, the history of this area.
Well, actually, if I'm not sure if you had a chance to review our feasibility assessment for this project, because we actually did include a section called History of Landsliding in the site vicinity. So we appreciate that there is a long, rich history of landsliding in the area, and that is all provided. So this particular, so the Thornton Beach landslide is an ancient landslide, and forgive me, I'm forgetting the timing that is projected for that landslide. I want to say on the order of 500 years. So the slip surface that we're concerned with would be the next generation of sliding, which has already occurred north, where there is no buttressing landslide left. So Thornton Beach, so this bluff area where the proposed development is protected by the presence of that former landslide. So there is a rich history of the railroad and the former developments out at the property. So I'm not sure exactly what you're interested in, but I would encourage you to review the feasibility assessment. We've provided a really long history of the area there.
I mean, it's for the public, so it could be explicitly said to them so they can understand. I mean, I have access to the report. I know the public has access to the report,
Mhm.
but it's just good to have the public understand where y'all are coming from.
Okay.
And so why hasn't this area been developed before?
So, Councilor, I could speak to that. So it actually has been developed before. So there used to be a restaurant and a dance club out on this site called the Silver Saddle. I believe there was some railroad history, but that was a long time ago. As well as there was actually a nursery on this site for quite some time. But those buildings have been torn down and they were not redeveloped by the Norton family, amongst other owners, after that time. So.
Great, thank you so much.
Vice Mayor, if I may, just to speak on previous development applications that the city has received. We have received quite a few pre-applications, but they have never proceeded to the formal application stage. So, I mean, there could be a number of factors. It could be financial, basically the feasibility of the site. I mean, Mr. Lynch has attested to how significantly expensive it is to conduct the geotechnical studies. So a lot of those factors could have been considered. But Mr. Lynch and Sandhill Property are the first to move on to the formal application process.
Thank you, Mr. Morales, and thank you, Vice Mayor Del Smokulo, for your questions and for. Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I have a couple more questions. I know that Ms. Morales, could you explain to me, I know two sites are not the same, but when the Korean church in our Daly City was originally built, I don't believe, where was it adjacent to? Or if you and Michael could remember, it was not on a cliff, correct? Because we know currently it's not, it's kind of like the parking lot is collapsing, but when it was originally approved, it was considered, obviously it got approved and it got built. And so I don't think it was a cliff site, was it? Do you guys have that as a reference, or no two sites are the same, but in the same vicinity? Like it started out as it got approved, and then it ended up now that the parking lot has shifted so much and not in good shape, as we all know.
Well, if I may, to be clear, the Korean church, the Korean church that's on Avalon Drive now is not the original Korean church. The original Korean church,
right,
actually gave up some of their soil during some El Nino events in the 90s.
Right.
And so this is their second church.
Right.
When that project was being reviewed, and I'd have to go deeper into the files on that. I had just started working here. It wasn't actually my project, but I do recall the conversations around it. It was known that a portion of the parking lot was going to erode away. But what seemed to be on solid ground, and which actually is on solid ground now, is the actual church building itself.
Right.
But there actually originally had been proposed a much larger parking area, and through the Coastal Commission appeal, the parking lot was reduced in size, and there was some anticipated erosion expected
there. Yeah. So I guess my point is that when something is disturbed or what have you, even if it's the, the vibration of the studies, there can be a shift. And then we didn't predict anything like that happening to that church site. As we know, like I get that it was a second church or whatever, but at the same time, like the current site that we're looking at, between the vibration still bothers me and what it does to the horses, although livestock, but in particular horses, like what the sensitivity to them is. And fault lines, as some of my colleagues have alluded to, because we are in our earthquake country. So we don't really have any guarantees. So, and not to reiterate it, but because many of my questions were not answered directly due to, I guess, the time limits or what have you, is that once something is disturbed, again, it cannot be replaced. it's already changed. You've already changed a part of it once the studies are done. Once the drilling is done, however deep it's done, once the ice plates vegetation is removed, none of that. So you've already disturbed it. So I think that's a concern for me. Definitely not the aspects of what the intent of the building is. Mr. Lynch, I think that you made, which is a very nice point, definitely not due to that. The need for like you said, the churches in the area, there is a spot where they don't, you're right, they didn't have any places to be. So it has nothing to do with that. For me, it's all the more the environmental and the technology and disturbing the area and not being able to put it back aspects, and the vibration of the horses, which even if it's not a noise, it's a vibration. And the CEQA, we know that CEQA in itself, anyone that has studied CEQA, which I know that many of you are experts at, having dealt with environmental issues in my past, that CEQA does not cover everything. So when it's exempt, I know it's just a broad, it's a very detailed document, but sometimes things that are not covered in it, because there's been several changes and updates to CEQA, it does, for me, a lot of things were extracted from it to where it is today. So those are my big concerns as well in that particular use. But thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's all I have for right now. So I appreciate the time and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and questions. I think if there are no other comments or questions at this time, we will proceed with if there's any motion to recommend this action. But prior to that, are there any last questions for the applicant and then also for the scientists and experts that are on the line?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have a few comments, if I may.
Please do.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to remind my colleagues that what is on the agenda is the use permit for geotechnical subsurface investigation at this particular location. So it is basically whether to move forward to allow geotesting. What I'm looking at is, what is the purpose of this investigation? The purpose of this investigation is to find out the results and later move forward to determine if something can be built on this particular area and whether it will accommodate it. Now, the cost for this, as alluded to from what we've heard thus far, is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, if you think about it, if you're going to spend that amount of money, then I can foreseeably see that in the future, it's going to come back to council and say, look, we've already spent $200,000, and we would hope that the city council sees and kind of give us basically a pass to move forward. I am very, very against that because I don't want to owe anybody anything. What I think should have been done here is, first of all, number one, we should have had community outreach of the plan of what is proposed to come. That's number one. I heard that we've had other structures there before in the past, in the history. True, okay, if we did, and I don't know about this, but to build a retreat is a different kind of structure. It's of greater magnitude, and that is entirely different. Number three, I appreciate the experts on this call, Ms. Perriott and Mr. Lynch. I appreciate your expertise, But you know, as they say, when you fly on an airplane and if your flight is canceled, it's beyond circumstances, beyond our control. So in this particular case, even though you can be an expert, there are forces that are beyond your control, such as Mother Nature. We're talking about the San Andreas Fault. I've heard the term of cliffhangers. We have no control as to whether these forces are going to come into place, even erosion, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. I won't be here. But who is going to have the ultimate responsibility in addressing these forces of nature? If we had a crystal ball, we can make this decision tonight, but we don't. So what we need is community outreach. Dr. Rod, the vice mayor, brought up some information, and all these questions needs to be answered before we make any sort of decision as to what potentially may happen on this particular property. And approving a geological subsurface investigation only leads to the fact that we are going to build something. And I don't think I'm ready for it. I don't think the community is ready for it. Of course, there are some good points that it can make it better than what is out there now, such as additional trails and etc. But all that information is given to us tonight. Oh, well, we're going to build trails. Well, we're going to do this. No, not going to do it. We need to work at this very slowly before we make a decision. So that's my comment, Madam Mayor, and to the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Sylvester, for your comments. Appreciate it. I see Councilmember Benaventura, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I see it a little differently, and let me tell you why. I mean, I think Councilmember Sylvester raised some really good points, as well as Vice Mayor Das Magboal. And but I actually look at it in reverse order, because when you talk about community output and outreach, and you want to talk to them about a project, of course that's really good and necessary to do. But you can't really approach them with a project unless you have the evidence and the investigation done about the sustainability of that project and whether or not it'll work. So if you're going to go out to the community, I would think at the very least, you should want to have that testing done in advance of that meeting so you can present them with a credible project for them to decide upon. And so, and again, when Councilmember Sylvester started off his comments, which is absolutely right, which is this is about testing. And it doesn't mean down the road, we're going to ultimately approve the project. We don't owe anybody anything. Just because we test and conduct the investigation, we have every right as a council to say no, because it's not our money that's being lost in the investigation, it's theirs. So we don't owe anybody anything. And in fact, I think it's kind of irresponsible not to test. Because if the Coastal Commission in and of itself requires testing and investigation if you want to do anything, I think that tells you something about what needs to be done and how stringent the Coastal Commission looks at this to require this kind of testing. And so, I mean, ultimately, look, we've had that site for years, and we have, been questioning whether or not that's ever going to be developed, and we've not really had an answer. And actually, I see this as an opportunity to get that answer, to finally come to the conclusion based on evidence is that site suitable for building something? Is that site, after conducting the test, we're going to have an answer, and we might even be able to put this to rest. So if it comes back that that site is not suitable, then we're done. And we don't really need to go through this analysis again, and we'll have the answer for any future developers who want to come in and develop that site. I mean, we can't make a decision based on speculation about what could happen when we don't have the testing done to back it up. We can't just assume that there will be some kind of avalanche or some kind of erosion because we think it might happen, because we're afraid it might happen. Those are all valid concerns, but I would think you would want some evidence to back up your hunch or your feeling or your thought that it could happen. And what we have before us is a chance to get some confirmation of whether or not this is a feasible site for this project or any potential future project. We will, if we do this 2-week testing on private property where no public access will really be impacted because it's going to be within the corners of that square, I just can't see, I see more benefit to us to do the testing than not. And again, what we're deciding tonight is not whether or not we're going to approve that retreat. It's whether, all we're deciding is whether or not we're going to approve the testing of that site. And that's all we're doing. If I were to vote yes on the testing, that in no way and means that I'm approving the site if it comes back a good test. I mean, quite frankly, I'm not all that sold right now on a retreat being put out there. But I think we all need to be open-minded about what we're going to do if that testing does come back favorable. And maybe we have our own ideas. I don't know. Or maybe the presenters tonight can fully expand on their project, and then we can have the community input, and then we can ask more probing questions at the time because we'll have more evidence to base our judgment on. So this has been vetted by our planning commission. They've recommended moving forward with the testing. We're not paying a dime for this testing. It's a testing process going to last 2 weeks, and it will give us the answers I think we've all been wanting to have, which is what are we going to do about that site? And so I just don't want us to make a decision based on some fear or feelings or concern when it's not backed up by hard science or evidence. I really think we have to have that before us before we say, hey, no, on something as important as this. In fact, I think it's incumbent upon us to find out. And so I'm inclined to be in favor of moving forward with just the testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Benavides, for your comments on this item. And appreciate your concern on that. Are there any other comments on with this particular item?
Madam Mayor, a rebuttal if I can.
Go ahead, Council Member.
Right. Councilmember, thank you so much. You really make a convincing argument regarding the moving ahead with testing. I was primarily concerned about keeping that land as pristine and as a place to go in its natural state. However, I do understand the fact that we can do something on that site to make it better for our community. Maybe even bigger horse or something that the community can use. So with that being said, I agree with you on the it's not going to cost us anything but rest assured, very, very difficult for me to approve any humongous project that come down the line, even if we did have this testing, because again, Mother Nature and the pristine nature of what is there, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Sylvester, for your additional comments. Any other comments at this time, or else I entertain a motion to the recommended action from our planning staff.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I will make the motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to, I have a second. If there is no second, I will second that. So at this point, do we need a roll call vote, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, we need a roll call. Thank you.
Mr. Sylvester,
Yes.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
No.
Dr. Rod,
No.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone, for the robust discussion. And I want to let everyone know that this, as mentioned earlier, does not mean that there is a project approved. It's really the approval of geotechnical study on this. And to be very clear to whoever's listening, understanding that there is no project approval, it's really studying whether or not there is a feasibility. So I want to thank all the staff on the work on this, and also the guests we have this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now moving on to item number 11. Just checking in with everyone. Everyone okay? You're gonna keep on moving, or anyone need a break?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, let's keep on moving. Okay, item 11 is the approval of the duplex at 1679 Annie Street. The use permit UPR 10-20-14745 and design review -10-20-14746. And we have staff member Michael Van Luxen to share with us this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the City Council, this is a use permit and design review to construct a new 2-unit building at 1679 Annie Street. The Planning Commission's reviewed the project and it's now before the City Council for consideration. Again, the project consists of a new 2-story building. There's existing single-family home on this lot that would be removed and replaced by the duplex. The combined square feet of the duplex is just over 2,500 square feet. The proposed duplex design is again 2-story. The first unit would occupy the rear approximate half of the first story at about 900 square feet of habitable area. Unit B would be larger at about 1,650 square feet and would occupy the entire second floor of the building. The lower unit would contain 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room and a kitchen. And yeah, that's essentially the proposed construction. The project's located on the east side of Annie Street, just north of Pierce Street, which is generally speaking southwest of City Hall here in that neighborhood. This is a photo of the existing home that's situated on the lot. There are some guy wires that would have to be relocated with direction from PG&E to allow the construction because the project driveway would essentially be in this area. This is a condition of approval. Matter of fact, let's go back a little bit there. There's a Republic Services courtyard that's adjacent to the subject lot. And a concern of ours has been some of the noise that would be impactful to the new residents of the duplex. The city staff's recommended a condition of approval that a new CMU or similar type wall be constructed between the two uses. That would be at the expense of the duplex builder, and they've agreed to this condition of approval. So there'll be a solid wall that actually is between the courtyard. There's no trash or anything stored at this facility. It's just essentially a maintenance of service vehicles, garbage trucks essentially. And we wanted to just point out that there would be that sort of a concrete wall between them, between the two uses. This is a site plan of the proposed duplex building. Concrete wall would be approximately here where my mouse is. And the building, again, occupies about 55% of the lot. There's a deck on the back side that would serve both units. There's a four-car garage, or a two-car garage rather. Here's the floor plans of the units. This is unit A on the right-hand side. Unit B, the second story on the left-hand side. There's a two-car garage and a two-car driveway, 4 total parking spaces, as required by the zoning ordinance that would serve the duplex building. These are the elevations, the drawings that show what the building would look like from the front and from the north side, the left side. Again, 2-unit construction, contemporary type architecture. There's a roof deck that's proposed. This is the right side on the top that would face the Republic Services corporate courtyard. And then the west elevation, which is the left side. This provides the council probably with the best understanding of what the building would look like. Again, it's a contemporary architectural design. We actually have no amendments to the project architecture. The architects done a very good job of using color, materials, architectural details to provide what we think is a pretty good looking contemporary building. We have no issue with it. Recessed garage door, recessed entry. So overall, very attractive building. The project's exempt from CEQA. And again, the project went to the Planning Commission and is before the City Council tonight for confirmation of the Planning Commission's approval of the building. If there's any questions, the staff's here to answer them, as well as the project owner is also present.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I guess that one question I have is, I do see the duplex, but where is did they use up all of their backyard?
Well, the existing building would be torn down on the lot and the new building constructed, but there would be a pretty sizable backyard still that would be available to the occupants of the duplex.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then how many parking spaces does it have? I'm sure you stated that in the report, but
there's 2 parking spaces in the garage. And it's notable that the garages for duplexes have to be 20 feet wide as opposed to the normal 17, because sometimes the occupants don't, one car might belong to the downstairs unit and one car might belong to the upstairs unit. So the zoning ordinance has something built in that requires a 20-foot wide garage space. So to answer your question, there's 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway.
okay, thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues about this project?
Madam Mayor, just a real quick one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Michael, do you mind going back to the very beginning where they do the A and the B? Like when you first showed it from the, oh, there we go. The 2-story, okay, about the square footage. Okay, and then the slide that showed the shape of A and the B. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and then the one prior. Okay, the shape and stuff. How many bedrooms is this again?
Let's see. The lower unit would contain 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room. I believe the upper unit's similar. It might be a 3. The downstairs may be 2 bedrooms actually, and the upstairs may be 3 bedrooms.
So there's no way that, yeah, there's no way. So that room is almost taken care of. There's no way they can make it more, right, on their own?
No, no. This will
It
always
didn't look like,
be.
yeah, it didn't look like that. Yeah, they can't really do that. I mean, no offense to the applicant, but for a single family home, this is probably the closest I've seen to a real duplex, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is a bona fide duplex. Sometimes we get into with the 3-story duplexes. They'll associate the first floor area with the duplex on the middle floor.
Yes.
Kind of sticky issues with that. That's not present in this
Yeah,
case. It's only 2-story.
And thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity on it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Giovanni. Any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing no questions, Councilmember Sylvester, I see there was a hand raised right there.
No, Madam Mayor, I was ready to move forward with making a motion to approve, but I didn't know if we can open it up to public comment or anything like that.
Let me ask Stephen if there's any public comment on this. Stephen, is there any public comment before we proceed?
There is not.
Thank you very much. So that is the answer, Councilmember Sylvester. I yield the floor to you. I think you said you're willing to make a motion.
Yes, Mayor, thank you so much. Make a motion that we move with item number 11, approval of duplex at 1679 Annie Street.
A second.
And now we have a second. And at this point, may we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Madam City Clerk, we can't hear you at the moment. Are you doing roll call?
I am.
Can't hear.
We didn't hear, we just heard kind of muffled. So
Thank you. So is Ms. Giovanni there?
Yes, aye.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That ordinance has passed, or the resolution has passed. And now we are on item number 12. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael and team. Now we have the approval of the written response to the 2019-2020 civil grand jury report, the second unit, adding new housing in neighborhoods. Oh, and don't go very far. It's staff member Michael again presenting. So you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. We don't have a PowerPoint presentation on this, but essentially what the City Council is looking at with this item tonight is that in October of this year, the San Mateo County Grand Jury issued a report titled Second Units Adding New Housing in the Neighborhoods to all of the cities and the unincorporated county for the submission of comments back to the grand jury related to specifically the creation of accessory dwelling units. The council is probably aware of what those are, but if anybody's unclear, we call them ADUs. There's been recent legislation that allows the construction of ADUs by right. Some are even detached. and sort of liberalizing, if you will, the construction statewide of ADUs. And the county is gathering facts about how each of the cities and the unincorporated counties are coming along with facilitating ADU construction within each of the communities. And there is an attached response that accompanied the staff report. I won't go through that in detail. If there's any questions about it, we're more than happy to answer those questions. But essentially, that's what's going on here. It's a response to the grand jury about ADU construction throughout the county. That's sort of the flavor of it. Daly City's had a very robust, we used to call them second units, now called ADUs. We've had a very robust program since the 1980s. There's no shortage of ADU construction in Daly City, I can assure you of that. And we did, I think, 80 ADUs last year and may do more this year. So we're doing well, but still had to answer the questions in the report.
Thank you very much for that. We have the report in our packet. So if there are no other questions regarding the findings in regards to the ADUs, new housing in our neighborhoods from my colleagues, at this moment I present your questions. And yes, Council Member Sylvester, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for bringing the matter up. Tatum, kudos goes to you as well. Again, I'm a proud member of HEART, and we expended money for grant to assist in the creation of ADUs by providing pre-formatted diagrams, so that if anyone is interested, they're coming to Daly City if they haven't already done so that it makes it much easier. But I'm proud to hear, and I'm very happy to hear, that we are addressing the housing crisis the best that we can. And kudos go out to the homeowners who decide to put in an ADU within city code and et cetera, to help housing. So thank you so much. That was just a comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
And I see Councilmember Reorganization.
Yeah, I just had maybe a silly question to Michael. How does one get, if one were to purchase an ADU, a prefabricated ADU, how do you get that into your backyard?
Well, usually the prefabs are delivered in components, and they don't come with all four walls connected. My understanding is that each wall would be carried through probably the side yard, or maybe even through the garage. It is a tricky thing because this is going to be a product that we see more of in the future, the prefab.
Yeah, because I thought I saw or heard someone mention that they would actually helicopter it over. Do you know if that kind of thing has been done?
It hasn't been done to my knowledge in Daly City. We've only had a few detached ADUs approved, a handful, because this is a new allowance in the last couple of years. None of those that I've known of have been delivered by helicopter.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Along that question, pardon me, Madam Mayor, how about those containers, cargo containers? Have you seen any of those, Mike, being lifted in by crane?
Not for an ADU. We have a home that was approved using those. The first, to my knowledge, in Daly City, maybe 6 months ago. And that was pre-COVID, probably getting closer to a year ago. But anyway, not an ADU, though, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I guess that's my question. How would you get that container in the backyard? I'm just fascinated by the logistics of it.
Yeah, by crane, or yeah.
Well, Councilmember Buenaventura has a big backyard. He could probably put a couple of them back there.
All right. Maybe that's why he's asking.
Thank you so much to my colleagues. Yeah, these are important questions and really around the feasibility and importance of ADUs in our community. As we know, this is to address kind of the housing shortage that we see in the Bay Area, and that ADUs have been something that both locally in our jurisdiction and also statewide has been an initiative to combat the housing crisis we all see. So thank you to the staff. I think at this point, I mean, the recommendations and findings here, if there's no other questions, I think let's move on to a recommendation or a motion to approve this grand jury report and the findings. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 12 for approval of written response to the 2019-20 grand jury report.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Di Giovanni. And so at this point, may we have roll call, please?
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you to staff, and I think we all are in agreement that ADUs are an important strategy to build more housing in our communities. And so now we are moving on to item number 13. Ordinances. Second reading of the ordinance 1441, repealing and replacing chapter 8.32 of the Daly City Municipal Code regarding illegal dumping and littering. And we have City Attorney Zimmerman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This item came before the City Council at the last regularly scheduled meeting for introduction. It is before you this evening as a second reading and for adoption of the ordinance.
Thank you so much. And so at this point, we just need a motion to adopt the ordinance of the second reading for the repealing and replacing chapter of the 8.32 of our Daly City Municipal Code regarding illegal dumping and littering.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Buenaventura, a second by Councilmember Sylvester. We have roll call, please.
Mr. Sylvester?
Aye.
Ms. Di Giovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. That ordinance passes, and I know this is something very important to our community around ensuring that we have clean spaces and really needed to update that municipal code. And I know a lot of work has been put into this, and now it's officially adopted. So thank you very much, everyone, from staff to my colleagues on moving this forward.
Madam Mayor,
Please.
I'd like to concur with you. Kudos to Leilani Ramos for working on this with the rest of staff, the police department, code enforcement, public services, and also to you, Madam Mayor, for at the beginning recommending a change in the acronym, and we changed it to CLEAN. So thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. As you all listed, that's what Daly City is about, working together and really teamwork. So amazing work, everyone. Thank you so much. And now we are at public appearances and oral communication. Look at that, we're at the bottom of our agenda. And so now I'm asking Stephen if we have any public appearances or oral communications on nothing that is on our agendas on this evening.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have 6, let me just double check. I have 6 comments to read. Okay, the first is from Mikio Akima. It says, good evening, council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comment today. My name is Mikio Akima, and I am a youth leader specialist for the Daly City Prevention Collaborative at Thomas R. Palacita from the Japanese Community Youth Council. I am here to address the issue of secondhand cannabis smoke in multi-unit housing, specifically condos. The Daly City ordinance to require multi-unit housing to be smoke-free does not apply to condos, resulting in youth living in condos being exposed to secondhand smoke, which can be extremely harmful and dangerous to developing children. The students I have had the opportunity to work with have already expressed concern regarding their health while walking around their neighborhoods, and oftentimes are forced to cover their mouth and nose over their masks when crossing individuals that choose to smoke in their communities. I'm asking that you reconsider the smoke-free ordinance to include condos in the hope of promoting a safer and healthier environment for the youth of our community. Thank you for your time today. The next comment is from Patricia Diaz. It says, good evening, council members. My name is Patricia Diaz, and I am a sixth grader at Thomas R. Palacita Middle School and a member of the Daly City Prevention Collaboratives group. I am a resident of Daly City, and I feel strongly that Daly City's ordinance requiring multi-unit housing to be smoke-free should include condos. I understand that all other cities in San Mateo County include condos in their smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinances, so we should too. Through our youth group, I learned that secondhand smoke and even third-hand smoke is extremely dangerous. The smoke can come in through the shared walls and vents and can cause asthma and put toxins in the air, which lead to coughing and sore throats. I wouldn't want me or my family to be exposed to these dangerous chemicals. Please consider adding condos to our smoke-free housing ordinance. Thank you. The next comment is from John Baker. It says, congratulations to all, especially Mayor Manalo and Vice Mayor Dasamak. As someone who represents part of Daly City as a member of the South San Francisco Unified School District Board of Trustees, I'd like to express my appreciation to be working with a great team like the City of Daly City's Council and Management. Happy holidays, and here's to a better 2021. The next comment is from Shaquille Ali. It says, congratulations to the recently elected City Council. I am truly grateful to and for all the people who donated to my campaign, voted for me, and volunteered. We kept our campaign positive and clean, and your voices did not go unheard. Over 10,000 Daly City voters have spoken and said that our issue-based campaign focused on food security, housing, better government transparency, and enhanced youth services is what a huge portion of Daly City citizen support. From the people and for the people meeting their basic needs, this will be an ongoing, organic campaign, and I commend you all for taking the first step. Many of those who voted for me were first-time voters, and many were people who have not voted in years. We may have not won this battle, but we are winning the war. We are winning the war for a more democratic process in San Mateo County and specifically Daly City. Thanks again, Shaquille Ali, the governing board president of the Jefferson Elementary School District. The next comment is from Francesca Lomotan. It says, good evening, council members. My name is Francesca Lomotan, and I am with the San Mateo County Health's Tobacco Prevention Program. Our office maintains a hotline and email that residents can contact to report secondhand smoke exposure. One of the issues that residents contact us about is secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing. Daly City has an ordinance that requires multi-unit housing to be smoke-free, but the ordinance does not apply to condos. We have received complaints from residents that they are experiencing secondhand smoke, including cannabis smoke, in their condos in Daly City. In San Mateo County, all the jurisdictions that have smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinances include condos. Daly City is the only jurisdiction that does not do so. The American Lung Association gives grades to cities on their tobacco-related policies, and for the topic of smoke-free multi-unit housing, Daly City has received a B, as in boy, grade because condos are not smoke-free. If Daly City would like to improve their grade, including condos in the existing ordinance would result in an A grade. Our office is available to provide assistance and answer any questions related to smoke-free multi-unit housing. Also, for residents' information, our phone number for filing a complaint is 650-573-3777. Complaints can also be sent via email to tobaccoprevention@smcgov.org. Please feel free to reach out. Thank you. And the final comment is from Mike Stansel from the Daly City Partnership. It says, wanted to give a brief update on the work we are doing. The Daly City Partnership is currently fielding 15 to 20 new applications for rental assistance per week. Partnership is serving over 1,000 units of food per week. These numbers will only increase as the service sector is affected by the SIP/COVID restrictions. The eviction moratorium expiring will create an exponential increase. DCP and other Bay Area NPOs are expecting the demand for our services, food and rental assistances, to stay at current levels permanently. We are currently exploring all ways to ensure we can sustain our current operation while serving our neighbors as best as we can. Wishing all of you a safe and happy holiday and New Year. Mike Stansel, Executive Director, Daly City Partnership. And that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Stephen, for reciting the public comment, and to everyone that turned in their public comment. Thank you for your voice. At this point, I am now asking my colleagues if there are any appointments to any board or commissions at this time.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one.
Please, Councilmember Sylvester, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a reappointment to the one of our recipients this evening, Miss Elizabeth Espinda, to the Arts and Culture Commission.
Wonderful. So I will second that. So we can do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much for your continued service, Elizabeth Espinda, on the Arts and Culture Commission. Any more appointments? Seeing none, we'll move on. I think how many more, I do have a question for staff around appointments. How many more seats do we need to fill for the Small Business Commission? I know it's very important for us to move forward with that, and it's a question for staff.
There's only one vacancy left.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there's any council members that need to do their appointments, please fill them or make your nominations, because it's in a very, very important commission that needs to be filled.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I wanted to say something about that, about the Small Business Commission, if I may.
Please.
I do think it's important that they start meeting, you know, because the situation with COVID and the impact on the businesses, it would, I think they need to meet right away and start to come up with hopefully some ideas on what we can do as a community, and get their ideas and get the input from the businesses to try to help them during these times. So I guess what I'm wondering is, you know, and I know how these appointments go, sometimes it takes a while, but is it necessary that we wait till all 5 members get on the committee, or can we start having them meet right away? Because, you know, I have some ideas that I would like to see if they would vet and start discussing, but I just think time is kind of the essence, and we really need to get these businesses going. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member Ventura. I definitely echo your sentiment, most especially during COVID-19 right now. And I think that's a question for staff. I think we have 4 out of 5 that have been appointed. And so can business be conducted starting, I think, I don't think they even meet monthly, I think, right? And so I think that the fastest we do get a meeting on board
then maybe they, as they meet, they will actually realize that they need to meet more so than less. But that's a question of staff. Can we start having those commissions meet if there's one more appointment we're waiting for?
So the next scheduled meeting would be February 11th. We can meet because we do have a quorum now, so you would only need 3 appointed commissioners to have the first meeting. You know, I think one of the interests in having all 5 was so that we could do the training and orientation all together, get an efficiency there. So I think if we can get that final appointment at the second meeting in January, that would be plenty of time to have that February 11th meeting. So I think we do have a meeting before then to hopefully get that full commission, and then we can get going.
I'm going to interject though. In the event that there is not an appointment, is it the council's direction to move forward with the Small Business Commission meeting in February, the first scheduled meeting, even if we only have 4?
Yeah, absolutely. That's my request.
With all due respect, I'm the council member, to our city manager. I'm the council member that is the one that doesn't. So if you're asking for direction, you know, to be included in that as the direction that you asked, I am asking that because of COVID, sometimes it's hard to get in contact with some of the business owners at this particular time because their mailing addresses do not match some of the contact information. And to my fellow colleagues, I would ask respect as the same thing I would do with you. And if you cannot contact someone during COVID, it's very difficult. And if their business is temporarily closed down, that is another difficulty on reaching out to people. So I would actually respect and ask that at least give me until the thing, and I'm an elected member and ask for the respect. And thank you, city manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor and council. Reciprocated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is no disrespect trying to be given here. I think what is being said is that there is a need. And as you mentioned with COVID-19, there are small businesses that are suffering, as you mentioned, and that there needs to be a movement towards supporting them. And so there was no intent of disrespect. I just want to let you know on my part, and I'm sure my colleagues either. It's more around getting business done. And so here my another colleague that would like to say a comment.
If I may, you know, we've been waiting for quite some time to get this commission going. And I'm asking our planning folks to make all information available to Council Member DiGiovanni. If they are a business operating in Daly City, they do have information on file with Daly City. And even if it means sending a letter out to them. However, COVID is indeed a problem. And one of the biggest problems is we need to get on board to see how we can provide resources and helping these businesses. So the intent of tonight on moving ahead, from what I've heard thus far, we will move ahead because we have a quorum. However, it won't last forever. I would make a recommendation at a later time, Madam Mayor, and that would depend on the rest of council, that if we need to fill that 5th seat, we allot some time and actually put a deadline, COVID or not. I think we need to move forward with a full board. So just as long as we provide all the resources for council member to get the information that she needs so that we don't delay any further. Thank you.
Sylvester, I think that's a great comment, and to provide that information and resource for council access to businesses that may, or even the list of businesses that are looking to apply. But But I do think the February 11th deadline is suitable, and I think ample enough time for us to move forward, regardless if there is or not. I mean, February 11th, it's December 14th, so I think that's more than suffice enough time to reach out to the community. Council member DG1. So with that, I think that's in regards to appointments and moving forward to ensure that they're able to support our small businesses. Thank you very much. Do you have any city council reports? Any of my colleagues have any city or council committee reports? None? Oh my goodness. Surprising. Usually everyone has a list. I know. It's a pretty long evening with our meeting starting earlier today. So are there any, there's no council committee reports. Are there any city council reports at this time? Seeing no city council reports at this time. Okay, moving on to our staff reports.
Well, it's been a long meeting, so I won't belabor this, but I just wanted to wish everybody a happy holiday. We do have our virtual tree lighting this Wednesday online. We are going to be having a winter recess through January 25th. The next meeting for City Council regular meeting will be January 25th. And so I also wanted to extend my congratulations to everybody that moved up as mayor and vice mayor and got reelected, and just acknowledge everybody's hard work. All 5 council members have worked really hard this year. And I can't believe we're closing this year this way. But I think on behalf of the city manager's office and staff, we're grateful for all of your leadership. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, City Manager Shauna Maltney, and I want to extend a thank you to your leadership and to all the staff here in the city of Daly City. As you mentioned, I can't believe we're ending this year like this and how it has transpired with so many different layers of challenges, but yet everyone here in all staff levels have continued to stay positive, give their all, and really care for our city here in Daly City. And so to the staff, thank you so much. To my colleagues, thank you so much. This will be the last meeting of the year, and so we will see one another in meeting wise in 2021. And along the same lines of as you mentioning the tree lighting that will be occurring, I also know that you know, Pacific Islanders Together will be hosting their toy giveaway, of course, COVID safety wise in the Bayshore this Saturday, right? And then also the Operation Santa Claus that will be happening this coming week. So, I mean, there's a lot of holiday festivities around ensuring that there is a light of hope and love for our community. And I think that's just the resilience of what we've seen through our community members, through staff, and through what Daly City shines through. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry about that. I forgot about a report.
Excuse me?
I can't.
Council member DG, what was
Yeah, I
your...
apologize. Yeah, I couldn't quite hear you. I apologize. Is that okay to speak?
Sure, I was...
Okay. So I forgot about a report. So I apologize. First, that, you know, we're in the middle of the holiday. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You want to go back to our city council reports? Is that what you're stating?
city council report.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about technology.
It's okay.
Okay.
Clarifying, you forgot a city council
report. Yes.
Yeah, council report. Because you're okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Apology for the delay. I just want to say that when on the same note, when we were talking about the great things that are done in our city, that at the Winter Wonderland Frosty Fest that was held at Ceremony, that the recreation worked together with Marie Villarosa at Ceremony for the kids. Everything was socially distanced. They had the Daly City Police at the end with Ricardo Ortiz, with our Ortiz handing the bags. They had the Santa on the old fire engine, and then they would take a picture while the people were in the car. Just everything they did about it was fantastic. And then secondly, I just wanted to ask, even though I know we don't know what next year will bring and how the calendar falls out, tonight is also Hanukkah. So if we can keep this in mind, we don't know about certifications, I don't know if there's an election, I don't think there is, where if we can, prior to have our last meeting and keep those dates in mind for Hanukkah, it would be greatly appreciated. And to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and whatever they celebrate. But this is like, I kind of like try to bring it up last year. And here we are this year, but I know because of COVID that things were very difficult. So I really appreciate that. And I think the staff, everybody tried to work together on a date for this meeting. So with a lot of work to do. So I want to appreciate everybody and thank you very much for that. And to the colleagues and to the new vice mayor, I wish you the best this year as you move forward into this position from council member to vice mayor, Dr. Rod, because I know you show leadership in other areas in your life. So this is just another step away for that with you and the mayor on hand. So the best in 2021. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. And now, for those watching, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy Hanukkah to all of you. We know that we're all trying to make the best of this season as we move forward and hope for the best for everyone. So thank you so much. And if there's no other, I know we were, I was responding to staff report. Was there anything else, city manager, that you need to let the community members know?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And so now let us move on to adjourning our adjournment in memory. And I will yield to Council Member Sylvester at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it's been said, 2020 has been a very difficult year. And this particular adjourn in memory, although I normally don't read bios, I have bios tonight. And since this will be our last council meeting, the sooner this year is over with, the better. I'm hoping for the best in 2021. But needless to say, I'm sure the rest of council and staff and members of Daly City echoes the same thoughts and feelings I have tonight. Okay, I'd first like to start off with Ms. Carol Conroy. She was the Daly City resident for over 25 years. And as I read this, then you want to say, oh yeah, I remember that name. Well, she was very involved in the community. One, she was a member of the Mission Merchants. Two, she was part of the Daly City Coma Chamber of Commerce. Three, she was part of the San Mateo County Event Center Board. Four, she was part of San Mateo PAL. She was also a trustee, Gellert Foundation. She was a postal executive in that she served as a postmaster in San Mateo, a postmaster in San Diego, and she had 55 officers under her supervision. and she was an avid golfer, and she was a Giants fan. So my condolences to Ms. Conroy. The next person, I met him and his family on a cruise that my wife and I took many years ago, and yet they live so close. I'd like to offer my condolences to a Richard Nito Del Porto. Richard, with the nickname of Dick, passed away at his home on December 4th. He will always be remembered for his loving spirit and devotion to family and friends. Richard was born in San Francisco, the proud son of Italian immigrants. He grew up in the Mission District and graduated from Mission High School in 1956. In 1958, he joined the Army Reserves and he worked for Safeway for 58 years as a produce manager. In 1961, Richard met Mary Ann Cowley in San Francisco. They were married at Mission San Rafael on June 16, 1962. They raised their children in San Francisco. His varied passions included being an avid sportsman, especially for the San Francisco Giants and the San Francisco 49ers, and working on cars and going to car shows with his two best friends from high school, Jack Keane and Joe Musgrave. Richard's 1957 candy orange colored Ford, which he entered in shows, was his own special hot rod and stands as an example of his creative talent. Richard was the son of late Nito and Edith Del Porto. He was the brother of late David Del Porto and brother-in-law of the late Sonia Del Porto. He is survived by his loving children, Brian, Lauren, Michael, John, Victoria, and Sabrina. Grandchildren, Michael, Samuel Courtney, Richard Giovanni, and Isabella, and great-grandchild Lillian. He leaves behind his nephews, Stephen and Scott, his niece Janine, cousins, Anne, and Bob, relatives in Lucca, Italy, and his generous spirit will be missed by all who knew him. The next one, I ask you to bear with me because as I read it, I really took this one to heart because it hit so close to home. I'd like to give condolences to Jerome, otherwise known as Jim Luzano Gakula. He was born September 10th in 1946 in the barrio San Fernando of Victoria, Tarlac, a province in the Philippines. He was the third of 7 children to Patricia and Avino Gakala. At the age of 5, his family moved to Mindanao to take advantage of a government sharecropping program offered to farmers. It was during this time he acquired fluency in Ilonggo and proficiency in Minoro, in addition to Ilocano, Kapampangan, and Tagalog languages spoken at home. They eventually moved to Victoria, Tarlac. He showed academic promise as a young man and chose to stay in Tarlac with his grandparents to complete high school while his family moved to Quezon City. While he idolized his father and respected the honest farm work of his family, Jim aspired to live a life of poverty. After high school, he attended the Technological Institute of the Philippines on a full scholarship, then transferred to the Institute of Accounts, Business and Finance at Far East University in 1965, eventually graduating in 1967 with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Commerce, majoring in accounting. Jim took great pride in being able to send himself through higher education without any financial assistance from his family, working both as a custodian and librarian at the school to pay for books and fees not covered by his scholarship. Upon graduation, he studied to be a certified public accountant, eventually passing on his first attempt at being certified in September 1969. He then began a successful career in accounting that spanned from 1970 to 1997. Jim then shifted careers and earned his real estate license, where he enjoyed being his own boss as a realtor and assisting families become homeowners throughout the Bay Area. It was in 1970 that his life completely changed as he required urgent medical attention at the emergency room at Far Eastern University Hospital in Manila and met a 22-year-old graduating nursing student named Linda Sagan. Linda provided care while he was hospitalized and would later become his wife, mother to his 4 children, Geraldine, Jerome, Melinda, and Joseph, and life partner for 48 years. They proceeded to build a life together, first in the Philippines and eventually emigrating to the United States in 1983 to give their children better education and career opportunities. It was in Daly City where they first established their roots and they moved their home to South San Francisco in 1989 and remained there to this very day. Upon seeing their children succeed in their own endeavors and profession, Jim and Linda spent their remaining days together, constantly at each other's side, gardening in the backyard, taking trips to buy fresh fish directly from the fishermen in Half Moon Bay, and testing their luck at Cash Creek Casino, and learning and traveling all over the United States and Europe as a devoted follower of Christ. Jim dedicated his last few years assisting the ministry of Mater de la Rosa Church and his role as a knight with the Knights of Columbus. He is survived by his faithful wife of 48 years, Linda, their 3 remaining children, Geraldine, Melinda, and Joseph, sons-in-law, Edward Odas and Dennis Flashner, daughter-in-law, Leah Angeles, his beloved granddaughter, Isis Ordaz, and best friend, dog, Bogey. His generosity, purity of heart, and dedication and love for his family were unparalleled. Jim will be missed tremendously by his loved ones, but never forgotten. He often shared with his family his dreams that where he spoke to loved ones he lost throughout his life. So his family finds comfort in knowing that he was welcomed with open arms in eternal paradise. They know he is finally home, but they also know they're just a dream away from hearing his comforting, gentle laugh once again. Thank you all for taking the time to listen. This really meant a lot to the family. And I know it was quite long, but I think it's well deserved. And thank you all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You have, I think, another person on your list that specifically under you, Council Member Sylvester. There's another person specifically under you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor, and thank you. I was waiting for you to lead because they say family is very, very important. And you know, we as council, we consider all staff and their loved ones as family.
Yeah.
It gives me a pleasure and I'm humbled to read this in honor and memory of Robert Thomas Piccolotti. He was the brother of Department of Water and Wastewater Director Thomas Piccolotti. He passed away on December 10th at the age of 51 due to complications from surgery. He was a lifetime resident of Pacifica. He graduated from Oceana High School and the College of San Mateo and San Francisco State University. He excelled in football at all 3 levels. He was employed by the Mid-Peninsula Water District as an operator for almost 20 years. He will be dearly missed by his daughter, Brittany, 31, a child care worker in the city of Pacifica, and his son, Javier, 24, a law student at the University of Santa Clara Law School, and many other family, friends, and colleagues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sylvester, we extend our deepest condolences to the Director of the committee and his family at this time, and prayers and support for him and his family. We also have 2 more of our
workers and staff's immediate family members. We have wastewater operator to John Grumley's father. And so Richard John Grumley. Also, we have DCPD Police Assistant Trent Waterman's grandmother, Barbara McKenty. We extend our deep condolences to the family members. As you mentioned, Mayor, our staff is like, we're a big family here, and we have send the prayers and love to their families. And so at this time, I ask everyone to have a moment of silence prior to us convening this evening. Thank you so much, Dada Gavel. This concludes our meeting this evening. Thank you all. And I hope you guys all stay safe, and we'll see each other in the new year.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. There was one very short meeting for the housing agency. It shouldn't take too long.
That's okay. It happened to me too.
It shouldn't take too long.
It's no worries. We will continue to our next housing and community development meeting. One last meeting of the evening. Thank you so much, Rose, for reminding us of that.
Sure.
Thank you. Let me just pull that up. Is it on our sire?
Yes.
I'm emailing it to you right now, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Like what Council Member Sylvester would say, if it's all night, it's all right. we're not at midnight yet, and we're almost there. So
we're almost there.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I received it. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining us. We're at the Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency agenda special meeting this evening for Monday, December 14th, and I call this meeting to order. And at this point, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Present.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester.
Present.
Very much. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 26, 2020?
Motion to approve minutes.
Okay, I have a first. May I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda of the item, change of officers. And
you could just read that into the record, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the mayor of the city of Daly City is hereby designated as chairperson, and the vice mayor is hereby designated as vice chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public appearances or oral communications? Stephen, there probably isn't.
There's none.
Take a hunch. Okay, thank you very much. And now the meeting is adjourned.
Yes.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Bye.